dan Teknologi tahun 2020 Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang. Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, His Excellency Bapak Muhammad Taswin SSI APT MMMkes. First Deputy Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, The Honorable Ibu Ratnaningsi Dewi Astuti APT MKes. APT MKes. Second Deputy Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, The Honorable Bapak Saprianto SKM MKes. Third Deputy Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, The Honorable Bapak Nas Lukman Eskep MM MKep.
The Honorable Keynote Speakers, Associate Professor Dr. Satish Babu Natarajan from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Pornchai Julame from Thailand. Dr. Abhishek Joshi, BAMS, MD, PhD, Ayurveda from India. Associate Professor Hani Lovelin Bantile, RND, MSPH from Philippines.
The Honorable invited speakers, Dr. Tony Curtis Maigoda MKes from DPD Persagi Bengkulu, Dr. Ira Kusumawati MKes MPH from DPD PPNI Palembang, Dr. Maksuk SKM MKes from Pengda IAKMI Sumsel, Dr. Yuli Hartati SPD MSI from DPD Persagi Sumsel, Dr. Sonlimar Mangunsong APT MKes from Ikatan Apoteker Indonesia Provinsi Sumsel, Dr. Fitri Noviadi MKes from Pengda Paki Sumsel.
The Honorable Co-host, Poltekkes Kemenkes Jambi, Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang, Universitas Katolik Musi, Unika Musi Caritas Palembang.
The Honorable our sponsors, PT IDS Medical System Indonesia, PT Bank Mandiri, PT Multi Arta Anugrah Sentosa, PT Sinergi Persada Medika, PT Multisara Indosa Palembang, PT Multijaya Medika Palembang, PT Rakantri Gemilang, CV Roma, PT Sinko Prima Alloy, dan PT Multidata Palembang.
The honorable lecturers, presenters, and participants of the first International Conference on Health, Social Science, and Technology, ICoHSST 2020, Health Polytechnic of Palembang.
Serta Bapak Ibu peserta konferensi internasional pertama tentang kesehatan, ilmu sosial, dan teknologi tahun 2020 Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang.
National Anthem, Indonesia Raya. All audiences are currently requested to stand up. Health Polytechnic of Palembang is one of educational institutions which focuses on health that has 7 majors and 15 program studies. Please welcome the video profile of Health Polytechnic of Palembang.
Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang merupakan salah satu perguruan tinggi kesehatan yang memiliki 7 jurusan dan 15 program studi. Untuk memperkenalkan Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang, marilah kita saksikan bersama profil Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang.
Palembang adalah ibu kota Provinsi Sumatera Selatan. Sebagai kota terbesar kedua di Pulau Sumatera, percepatan pembangunan infrastruktur dan sumber daya manusianya pun terus ditingkatkan. Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Palembang atau lebih dikenal dengan Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang adalah salah satu lembaga pendidikan yang juga ikut ambil bagian untuk terus memajukan dan membuat bangga masyarakat di kota tertua di Indonesia ini. Beralamat di Jalan Jenderal Sudirman kilometer 3,5 nomor 1365 Komplek Rumah Sakit Muhammad Husin Palembang, Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang adalah perguruan tinggi kesehatan terbesar di Sumatera Selatan. Didirikan pada tahun 2001 berdasarkan SK Menkes RI nomor 298-Menkes/SK/SK/4/2001 pada tanggal 16 April 2001. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang memiliki visi menjadi institusi pendidikan tinggi kesehatan yang profesional, mandiri, dan kompetitif di tingkat nasional tahun 2020. Untuk mencapai visi tersebut telah disusun juga 4 misi, yaitu meningkatkan mutu pendidikan, pengajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang kesehatan. Mengembangkan Poltekkes Palembang Go Digital dalam rangka melaksanakan pelayanan prima melalui budaya mutu cepat, tepat, akurat, dan aman. Meningkatkan pengelolaan pendidikan yang profesional dan akuntabel. Mengembangkan kemitraan secara berkelanjutan dengan lembaga pemerintah, swasta, dan masyarakat dalam mendukung pelaksanaan tridharma perguruan tinggi. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang saat ini memiliki 14 program studi yang tersebar di Sumatera Selatan. Yaitu Diploma 4 Keperawatan, Diploma 3 Keperawatan yang berlokasi di Palembang, Lubuk Linggau, Batu Raja, dan Lahap. Diploma 4 Kebidanan, Diploma 3 Kebidanan yang berlokasi di Palembang dan Muara Enim. Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 Gizi. Diploma 3 Farmasi. Diploma 3 Analis Kesehatan. Diploma 3 Keperawatan Gigi. Diploma 3 Kesehatan Lingkungan. Untuk menunjang proses belajar mengajar, Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang memiliki fasilitas yang lengkap, seperti laboratorium yang lengkap dan canggih, perpustakaan dan koneksi Wi-Fi gratis berkecepatan tinggi. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang terus berinovasi dengan mengembangkan program-program unggulan seperti Pusat Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Pusat Pengembangan Pendidikan, Complementary in Health, aplikasi AMS Academic Management System, suatu aplikasi terpadu yang meliputi bidang akademik keuangan, kepegawaian dan kemahasiswaan, serta untuk mempermudah para mahasiswa bertransaksi pembayaran biaya pendidikan melalui aplikasi perbankan. Inovasi demi inovasi ini pun mampu membawa Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang berprestasi di tingkat nasional dan mendapatkan sejumlah penghargaan antara lain dosen berprestasi, mahasiswa berprestasi, pegawai berprestasi. Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang profesional, mandiri, dan kompetitif.
Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has various unique culture. We would like to invite you to explore Indonesia by showing you dance performance, including Tanggai dance from South Sumatra,
Ratoh dance from Aceh,
Bali Croatian dance,
Buloh dance from Bangka Belitung,
Piring dance from West Sumatra,
Sinanggar Tua dance from North Sumatra,
which performed by students of Health Polytechnic of Palembang. They are Rahma Nurhaliza, Diploma 3 Nutrition,
Rizky Fadia Haya, Diploma 3 Nutrition, Adelia Dwi Putri, Diploma 4 Nutrition, Mevi Rahmadini, Diploma 3 Pharmacy, Indah Sari, Diploma 3 Nursing,
Firmarani Amalia, Diploma 3 Nursing, Anissa Tamarani, Diploma 3 Nursing, Anissa Rizka Hidayani, Diploma 3 Nursing, Andika Yalkile, Diploma 3 Medical Laboratory Technology, Hilda Ramadanti, Diploma 3 Environmental Health.
As our warmest greeting, we proudly present Nusantara Dance.
Ikut anu kemarin suap kan ya, orang pidana. Saya makan bareng lagi sama Bu Niki.
COVID-19 is a dangerous virus. It's transmitted through droplets to the eyes, nose, and mouth. So we must keep our body whole by following health protocols. Here we go.
To hate me. Beri aplaus yang meriah untuk persembahan yang luar biasa dari UKM Tari Mahasiswa Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang. Sekali lagi beri aplaus yang berat penari kita dari UKM Tari Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang. Thank you.
Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite to the podium to deliver his remarks and officially open the first international conference on health, social science, and technology, ICoHSST 2020. Without further ado, please help me welcome Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, Bapak Muhammad Taswid, SSI APT MMMKes.
Hadirin yang kami hormati, kami mengundang ke atas podium untuk menyampaikan sambutan dan membuka secara resmi konferensi internasional pertama tentang kesehatan, ilmu sosial dan teknologi tahun 2020 oleh Direktur Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang kepada yang terhormat Bapak Muhammad Taswid SSI APT MMMKes, disilahkan.
I'm sorry. Please allow me to open my masker until and then I'm in this. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, respected CEO Chairperson, Vice Director, the Honorable Keynote Speaker, Honorable guys and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Yang terhormat para Dewan Ketua, Wakil Direktur 1 dan 2, 3, para keynote speaker, para tamu dan partisipan. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a moment of great honor for me to extend a hearty welcome to all of you this morning at an international conference on health, social science, and technology by Health Polytechnic of Palembang. Pada kesempatan yang berbahagia ini, suatu kehormatan bagi saya untuk menyampaikan secara setulus hati selamat datang pada acara di pagi hari ini di International Conference Kesehatan, Ilmu Sains, Teknologi oleh Politeknik Kesehatan Palembang. I would also like to express my gratitude especially to organizing committee for having prepared this event very well. Saya sekali lagi mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada panitia yang telah menyiapkan segala sesuatunya pada event dengan baik. As you know, this conference was scheduled on March 2020, but it must be postponed and rescheduled because of COVID-19 outbreak. Kita semua tahu, Bapak Ibu sekalian, bahwa konferensi ini semula dijadwalkan dilaksanakan pada bulan Maret tahun 2020. Tetapi karena COVID yang mewabah, maka kita tunda dan kemudian kita jadwal ulang pada bulan ini. I know that they are struggling to make sure this conference is running well in this difficult. Kita tahu bahwa para panitia sudah berusaha semaksimal mungkin dengan segala upaya supaya konferensi ini bisa dilaksanakan dengan baik dan dalam waktu yang sangat sulit. Well, before the seminar begin, please allow me to introduce Health Polytechnic Palembang to all of you. Bapak Ibu sekalian yang kami hormati, sebelum kita mulai konferensi internasional ini, ada baiknya saya memperkenalkan Politeknik Kesehatan Palembang. Health Polytechnic of Palembang is a vocational school focusing on health science. Politeknik Kesehatan Palembang adalah suatu lembaga vokasional yang fokusnya pada pendidikan ilmu-ilmu kesehatan. This is a government school under the Ministry of Health of the Republik Indonesia. Politeknik Kesehatan ini berada di bawah Kementerian Kesehatan. There are 7 departments available in the school. They are nursing, nutrition, midwifery, pharmacy, dental nursing, medical laboratory technology, dan environmental health. Terdiri dari 7 jurusan yang dimiliki oleh Politeknik Kesehatan. Yang pertama adalah keperawatan, gizi, kebidanan, farmasi, keperawatan gigi, analis kesehatan, dan kesehatan lingkungan. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe today will be going to be a great day for all of us, because through this conference we can enhance our insight and knowledge regarding the theme of conference. Saya percaya pada hari yang baik ini untuk kita semua, dikarenakan pada hari ini konferensi internasional dilaksanakan dan akan memperkaya wawasan dan ilmu kita dengan tema yang sudah kita tetapkan. The speakers in presenter later on will deliberate more on this topic. Para pembicara dan para presenter nantinya akan membahas lebih dalam, lebih jauh terkait dengan tema yang kita laksanakan pada hari ini. For the participant, oral and poster present, I wish you all the best of luck for the future and hope you enjoy this event. Para partisipan, baik oral maupun presenter, saya berharap semua mendapat kesempatan yang baik di masa depan, dan saya berharap juga harus enjoy, memiliki rasa senang dalam mengikuti konferensi internasional ini. On behalf of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I declare that the first international conference on health, social science, and technology 2020 is now open. Atas nama pimpinan Politeknik Kesehatan Palembang, saya mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dan saya menyatakan konferensi internasional pertama kesehatan, ilmu kesehatan teknologi tahun 2020 secara resmi dibuka. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kami ucapkan kepada Direktur Poltekkes Palembang yang telah membuka secara resmi konferensi internasional pertama Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang tahun 2020.
Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian, izinkan kami untuk menyampaikan sebuah pantun.
Pantun akan disampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris. Terima kasih. Walking in the forest to hunt a deer. Looking at the sky, it's very clear. We welcome our guests from far and near. Thank you so much for coming here.
Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our agenda. The respect prayer will be led by Bapak Khairil Anwar, SKM MKes. Kami persilakan Bapak Khairil Anwar, SKM MKes, untuk memimpin doa pada kegiatan konferensi internasional pertama saat ini.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi bagi kita semua. And good morning. Baik, Bapak Ibu hadirin sekalian yang kami hormati, marilah kita sama-sama berdoa menurut agama dan kepercayaan kita masing-masing. Untuk yang agama Islam, insya Allah saya pimpin. Dan untuk yang selain agama Islam, kami persilakan untuk menyesuaikan. A'udzubillahiminasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan naimin. Hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazida. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karimi wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma sholli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fi rizki wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma hawwin alaina fi sakratil maut wan najata minan nari wal afwa indal hisab. Rabbana la tuzigh qulubana ba'da idh hadaitana wa hab lana min ladunka rahmatan innaka antal wahhab. Rabbana zalamna anfusana wa illam taghfir lana wa tarhamna lanakunanna minal khasirin. Rabbana la tu'akhizna in nasina aw akhtana. Rabbana wa la tahmil alaina isran kama hamaltahu 'alal ladzina min qablina. Rabbana wa la tuhammilna ma la taqata lana bih wa'fu 'anna waghfir lana warhamna anta maulana fansurna 'alal qaumil kafirin. Rabbil firli wali walidayya warhamhuma kama rabbayani shaghira. Rabbana hablana min azwajina wa zurriyatina qurrata a'yun waj'alna lil muttaqina imama. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wassalamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mendengar hikmat tidak bersuara. Di atas meja melipat tangan. Hadir utusan beberapa negara bertukar ilmu sesuai perkembangan.
Tamu yang datang semua berdasi. Kebanyakan tamu memang pria. Selamat datang peserta konferensi di Sumatera Selatan, Indonesia.
Excellency, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, we now come to the end of the opening ceremony of the first International Conference on Health, Social Science and Technology, ICoHSST 2020.
On behalf of the host and the committee, we would like to extend once again our deepest appreciation to all for your support and participation.
Wassalamualaikum
warahmatullahi
wabarakatuh.
Selanjutnya kita foto bersama terlebih dahulu sebelum kita mulai acara. Untuk yang pertama, kami mohon kesediaan Direktur, Wadir 1, 2, dan 3, beserta co-host dari Poltekkes Jambi, Poltekkes Pangkal Pinang, dan Yunika Musicaritas Palembang kami persilakan untuk mengambil tempat di bagian depan. Karena peserta co-host kita melalui dalam jaringan, maka kita akan bagi yang pertama untuk Poltekkes Jambi, kita akan tampilkan di layar, kita akan foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Dapat kami informasikan Bapak Ibu co-host kita pada hari ini yang berpartisipasi ada 3 institusi. Yang pertama dari Poltekkes Kemenkes Jambi, kemudian Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang, kemudian dari Unika Musi Caritas Palembang. Poltekkes Jambi dan Poltekkes Pangkal Pinang, kami persilakan untuk dapat mengaktifkan videonya. Bapak Ibu yang berada di Jambi dan Pangkal Pinang, kami persilahkan. Untuk dapat mengaktifkan videonya, kita akan foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Sambil menunggu yang dalam jaringan, kita foto yang sesi yang selanjutnya. Kami undang juga dari Unika Musi Caritas Palembang, kami persilakan Bapak Ibu. Kemudian Direktur Poltekkes Palembang beserta Wakil Direktur 1, 2, dan 3. Dapat kami informasikan juga bagi Bapak Ibu peserta, kegiatan kita dilaksanakan selama 2 hari, yaitu hari ini tanggal 20 Oktober, serta besok pada tanggal 21 Oktober 2020 di tempat yang sama tentunya di Hotel Duzuri Palembang. Dan kegiatan ini adalah kegiatan yang pertama, konferensi internasional yang pertama yang dilaksanakan oleh Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang tahun 2020 dengan mengambil tema tentang kesehatan, ilmu sosial, dan teknologi.
Terima kasih, Unika Musi Caritas Palembang.
Untuk Bapak Ibu Direktur dan Wadir, kami persilakan untuk tetap di tempatnya Bapak Ibu. Kita undang juga untuk sesi yang kedua, kita undang invited speakers. Kami persilakan untuk dapat foto bersama. Kami undang invited speaker kita. Ada Bapak Dr. Tony Curtis, Bapak Tony Semaigoda SKM MA, kemudian Ibu Dr. Ira Kusumawati MKes MPH,
Kemudian Ibu Dr. Maksuk SKM MKes, Ibu Dr. Yuli Hartati SPD MSI,
Dr. Son Limar Mangunsong APT MKes, dan Dr. Fitri Noviadi MKes.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu, kami persilakan untuk dapat kembali ke tempat.
mungkin sudah bergabung dari Poltekkes Kemenkes Jambi dan Pangkal Pinang.
Silakan Bapak Ibu dari Jambi dan Pangkal Pinang untuk dapat fokus ke kameranya masing-masing. Kita akan mengambil gambar foto bersama terlebih dahulu.
Mohon dari Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang untuk dapat mengaktifkan videonya. Telah bergabung dengan kita, host kita dari Poltekkes Kemenkes Jambi dan Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang untuk sesi foto. Mohon Bapak Ibu untuk standby menghadap kamera.
Baik, terima kasih Bapak Ibu, kami persilakan untuk kembali ke tempat. Dan terima kasih juga bagi Poltekkes Jambi dan Poltekkes Pangkal Pinang. Tetap stay Bapak Ibu ya di kameranya masing-masing.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let me have your attention, please. Now we have 15 minutes to break. We have served our food in the corner of the room. Let's enjoy the meal. Thank you.
Kami menyediakan waktu bagi Bapak Ibu lebih kurang 15 menit saja untuk dapat break terlebih dahulu. Kita telah menyediakan coffee break di bagian belakang. Kami persilakan untuk Bapak Ibu untuk segera mengambil coffee breaknya. Dan 15 menit lagi kita akan bertemu di sini kembali untuk melanjutkan acara selanjutnya.
Terima kasih.
Provinsi Kepulauan Bangka Belitung atau yang lebih dikenal dengan sebutan Negeri Serumpun Sebalai merupakan sebuah wilayah kepulauan dengan beribu kotakan Pangkal Pinang. Dan dalam upaya mengimbangi laju pertumbuhan pendidikan di Bangka Belitung, Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Pangkal Pinang atau Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang hadir dengan menjadi salah satu bagian penting dalam dunia pendidikan di Bangka Belitung. Sebelum resmi berdiri pada tahun 2010 sampai dengan tahun 2011, Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang merupakan bagian dari program studi Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang hingga akhirnya tepat pada tanggal 27 September 2011 berdasarkan Peraturan Menteri Kesehatan Republik Indonesia Nomor 1988/Menkes/Per/10 Romawi/2011, Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang resmi berdiri sebagai unit pelaksana teknis Badan Pengembangan dan Pemberdayaan Sumber Daya Manusia Kementerian Kesehatan Republik Indonesia yang menyelenggarakan pendidikan Diploma 3 bidang kesehatan.
Selamat datang di Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang. Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang merupakan pendidikan tinggi negeri kesehatan yang pertama ada di Provinsi Visi Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang menjadi institusi pendidikan kesehatan yang unggul di Indonesia dengan bercirian wilayah kepulauan pada tahun 2026. Secara bertahap, Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang terus memperbaiki diri, membangun, dan berkembang untuk menjadi ujung tombak pendidikan tinggi kesehatan yang menghasilkan lulusan yang kompetitif.
Karena kami yakin, semua tidak ada yang mustahil untuk dapat diraih. Karena semangat yang telah tertanam pada Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang adalah ALTA, Alatis, Paten, atau yang berarti Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang merupakan wadah pembentukan sayap-sayap bagi mereka yang akan menjelajahi langit tanpa batas. Dengan memiliki visi untuk menjadi institusi pendidikan kesehatan yang unggul di Indonesia, dengan bercirikan wilayah kepulauan pada tahun 2026, Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang akan terus melaksanakan dan berupaya mewujudkan visi itu dengan diantaranya menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi kesehatan dalam bidang pengajaran, penelitian, dan pengabdian kepada masyarakat secara profesional bercirikan wilayah kepulauan, menghasilkan lulusan yang kompetitif, menjalin kerjasama lintas sektor. Dan dengan adanya Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang tentu saja akan berperan penting dalam menghasilkan sumber daya manusia yang handal dan profesional dalam bidang kesehatan dengan mengacu pada pelaksanaan pengabdian kepada masyarakat sesuai dengan bidang yang menjadi tugas dan tanggung jawab. Karena Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang memiliki 5 program studi, di antaranya Program Studi Diploma 3 Keperawatan Pangkal Pinang, Program Studi Diploma 3 Keperawatan Belitung, Program Studi Diploma 3 Kebidanan, Program Studi Diploma 3 Gizi, dan Program Studi Diploma 3 Farmasi. Dan demi mencetak profesional handal dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat dalam bidang kesehatan, Poltekkes Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang disokong dengan penerapan kurikulum pendidikan vokasi dengan persentase 60% praktikum dan 40% teori yang akan mempertajam atau mengasah keterampilan mahasiswa dengan berpraktek di laboratorium. Perpustakaan terpadu, unit bimbingan konseling, masjid kampus, dan fasilitas-fasilitas olahraga. Berbekal keunggulan fasilitas, prestasi, dan tenaga pengajar yang berkompeten, serta mampu mencetak profesional handal dalam pengabdian kepada masyarakat pada bidang kesehatan. Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Pangkal Pinang, jelajahi langit tanpa batas dengan sayap-sayapmu, akta alapis paten.
Bangsa besar tercipta dari kerjasama berbagai pihak. Bahu-membahu mewujudkan negara makmur dan berdaulat. Kerjasama tiap lini kehidupan ini diperkokoh melalui bidang pendidikan. Palembang sebagai salah satu tempat percampuran berbagai budaya, menjadi tempat bertumbuhnya Universitas Katolik Musikaritas yang hadir sebagai bagian dari keberagaman. Turut berkontribusi nyata menyatukan warna yang berbeda, merajut tenun kebangsaan yang indah. Dalam keluasan berpikir, bermasyarakat, dan berpartisipasi aktif dalam perkembangan dan kemajuan bangsa. Hadir sebagai komunitas akademik yang unggul dalam terang kebenaran dan pengetahuan yang mendukung terwujudnya pembentukan manusia seutuhnya. Pelaksanaan Tridharma perguruan tinggi yang dilaksanakan dengan mengandalkan terang iman Kristiani untuk kemajuan ilmu pengetahuan.
Membentuk komunitas akademik yang inovatif, kreatif, adaptif, menjunjung nilai kebenaran, kepedulian pada masyarakat marginal, untuk mewujudkan manusia seutuhnya. Kami terus berbenah diri dan membangun jaringan kerjasama dengan berbagai pihak untuk mewujudkan nilai-nilai champion. Universitas Katolik Musikaritas, kebenaran dan ilmu pengetahuan, cahaya hidup kita.
Politeknik Kesehatan Kemenkes Jambi merupakan institusi pendidikan tenaga kesehatan di Provinsi Jambi dan merupakan satu dari 38 politeknik kesehatan yang ada di Indonesia. Berdiri berdasarkan Surat Keputusan Menteri Pendidikan Nasional Nomor 59123 tanggal 16 April 2001. Poltekkes Jambi merupakan peleburan dari 4 institusi pendidikan bidang kesehatan yang berkedudukan di Kota Jambi, yaitu Pendidikan Ahli Madya Keperawatan, Akademi Kebidanan Depkes, Akademi Kesehatan Gigi Depkes, dan Akademi Kesehatan Lingkungan Depkes. Dalam kelembagaan Poltekkes Jambi, keempat institusi tersebut masing-masing menjadi jurusan keperawatan, jurusan kebidanan, jurusan keperawatan gigi, dan jurusan kesehatan lingkungan. Pada perkembangannya, di tahun 2018 ini, Poltekkes Jambi mendapat tambahan 2 jurusan baru, yaitu jurusan farmasi dan jurusan analis kesehatan, yang secara resmi bergabung bersama Poltekkes pada tanggal 25 September 2018 dengan adanya izin prodi jurusan farmasi dan analis kesehatan di Poltekkes Jambi.
Pada tahun 2018 ini, kami Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jambi telah mendirikan 3 program studi baru. Yang pertama, program studi profesi nurse yang sudah disetujui oleh Kemendikbudristekdikti dan insya Allah 2 atau mingguan ke depan izin penyelenggaraan prodinya akan keluar. Kemudian yang kedua, program studi profesi kebidanan yang alhamdulillah sedang dalam proses uploadan dan insya Allah akan keluar persetujuannya. Kemudian yang ketiga, program studi Diploma 4 Sanitasi Kesehatan Lingkungan yang saat ini juga sedang dalam proses. Nah, untuk itu dengan berdirinya program studi baru pada tahun 2018 ini, diharapkan pada akhir 2018 ini Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jambi telah memiliki 12 program studi.
Selamat datang di Poltekkes Jambi. Pendidikan yang kami jalankan memiliki tujuan meningkatkan kualitas lulusan yang unggul dan profesional yang mampu bersaing di pasar kerja nasional dan internasional, meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas penelitian dan publikasi bereputasi internasional yang relevan dengan arah kebijakan kesehatan, meningkatkan kuantitas dan kualitas pengabdian masyarakat, meningkatkan pengelolaan kelembagaan dengan mengoptimalkan SDM dengan baik, memperkuat hubungan kerjasama antar lembaga dengan alumni dan institusi pendidikan dalam dan luar negeri. Hal ini sejalan dengan visi Poltekkes Kemenkes Jambi, yaitu menghasilkan tenaga kesehatan yang vokasi, profesional, profesi berdaya saing tinggi, sehingga siap berkompetisi di pasar MEA tahun 2026.
Sumber daya manusia yang ada di Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jambi saat ini berjumlah 234 orang, baik dari tenaga dosen, tenaga kependidikan, dan tenaga lainnya yang dibutuhkan oleh Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan Jambi. Nah, tenaga dosen kita saat ini berjumlah 105 orang, yang kesemuanya ini alhamdulillah sudah memiliki kualifikasi magister dan 85% sudah disertifikasi.
Pada awalnya jurusan keperawatan berdiri dengan nama Akademi Perawatan Akbar Jambi yang berlokasi sama pada Sekolah Perawat Kesehatan SPK Depkes RI Jambi di Jalan Profesor Dr. G.A. Siwabesi, nomor 42, Uluran Kenali Jambi.
Selamat datang di kampus jurusan keperawatan Poltekkes Kemenkes Jambi.
Terhitung pada tanggal 1 April 1992, Akbar Jambi berubah statusnya menjadi Pendidikan Ahli Madya PAM Keperawatan Depkes Jambi. Maka berdasarkan SK Menteri Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan RI nomor 355 10 Oktober 2012 tentang alih bina penyelenggaraan program studi pada Politeknik Kesehatan Kementerian Kesehatan dari Kementerian Kesehatan kepada Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan. Sejak saat itu, pembinaan penyelenggaraan program studi keperawatan beralih dari Kementerian Kesehatan kepada Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan.
Nah, saat ini jurusan keperawatan memiliki 2 prodi, yaitu prodi D3 keperawatan dan prodi D4 keperawatan. Kedua prodi memiliki akreditasi B. Jadi pada November 2016 itu sudah dilakukan akreditasi terhadap prodi D4 dan mendapatkan nilai B. Begitu juga dengan prodi D3 keperawatan.
Jangan ragu, silakan ikut dan daftar di kampus kami karena tadi banyak sekali keunggulan yang akan kalian dapatkan saat kalian berkuliah di kampus ini. Jurka, Duwere Uno!
Poltekkes Jurusan Kebidanan. Jurusan Kebidanan berlokasi di Jalan Profesor Dr. G.A. Siwabesi, nomor 42 Buluran Kenali, Jambi. Sebelumnya adalah Sekolah Perawat Bidan, SPR atau SPB, pada tahun 1969. Kemudian ditutup dan menjadi Sekolah Perawat Kesehatan SPK, Depkes Jambi yang didirikan pada tahun 1977. Berdasarkan hasil pertemuan koordinasi program pendidikan Provinsi Jambi, tanggal 23 sampai 24 Februari 1998, disepakati merencanakan penyelenggaraan pendidikan lanjutan kebidanan setingkat akademi di Provinsi Jambi, yaitu Diploma 3 Kebidanan, dengan dasar hukum Surat Keputusan Menteri Kesehatan Depkes RI tanggal 31 Maret 1998 tentang pembentukan Akademi Kebidanan Depkes Jambi. Secara resmi, terwujudlah program pendidikan Diploma 3 Kebidanan di Jambi dengan nama Akademi Kebidanan, Akbid Depkes Jambi. Berdasarkan Surat Keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 298 tanggal 16 April 2001 tentang organisasi dan tata kerja Politeknik Kesehatan, terjadi peralihan nama institusi dari Akbid Depkes Jambi menjadi jurusan kebidanan Poltekkes Jambi.
Program unggulan yang ada di jurusan kebidanan, untuk D3 kebidanan itu program unggulannya asuhan kebidanan pada komunitas. Prakteknya itu selain di laboratorium kita juga diadakan di Kelurahan Buluran Kenali. Jadi mahasiswa kita bekerja sama dengan Lurah Buluran Kenali itu praktek di sana. Sedangkan program unggulan untuk prodi D4 kebidanan itu asuhan kebidanan dengan kesehatan dan reproduksi perempuan. Ini dilakukan selain dari di ruangan laboratorium, itu juga ada prakteknya di pada saat ada bencana. Jadi bisa dilakukan di pada saat reproduksi itu ada bencana asap atau ada bencana banjir, dilaksanakan itu di Kelurahan Teluk Kenali, juga bekerja sama dengan Kelurahan Buluran Kenali. Nah, kalau kita melaksanakan prakteknya itu selain praktek di kelas, ada praktek laboratorium. Untuk prakteknya kita juga melaksanakan praktek di Rumah Sakit Umum Raden Matahir Jambi, di puskesmas yang ada di Kota Jambi, di rumah bersalin ataupun klinik, dan untuk magang praktek kita laksanakan praktek di Rumah Sakit Hasan Sadikin Bandung.
Poltekkes jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan. Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan awalnya adalah Sekolah Pembantu Penilik Hygiene (SPPH). Program pendidikan Diploma 1 Sanitasi dan Kesehatan Lingkungan yang didirikan pada tahun 1983 atas prakarsa Dr. E. Oswari MPH dan dapat bantuan tanah dari Gubernur Jambi saat itu, Haji Maskun Sofan SH. Berdasarkan surat keputusan Menteri Kesehatan RI nomor 298 tanggal 16 April 2001 tentang organisasi dan tata kerja Politeknik Kesehatan, terjadi peralihan nama institusi dari AKL Depkes Jambi menjadi jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan Poltekkes Jambi.
Jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan adalah salah satu jurusan di Poltekkes Kemenkes Jambi dengan akreditasi B oleh Bank PT sejak tahun 2015. Visi jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan adalah institusi pendidikan yang mampu menghasilkan tenaga ahli media kesehatan lingkungan yang berkualitas dan berkompeten di tingkat nasional. Untuk mewujudkan visi, jurusan Kesehatan Lingkungan menyusun misi, yaitu misi yang pertama, menyelenggarakan pendidikan untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang memiliki pengetahuan, kemampuan mengembangkan iptek dan kompeten di bidang kesehatan lingkungan dalam membangun daerah dan nasional. Penyelenggaraan pendidikan didukung dengan kurikulum berbasis kompetensi, 40% pembelajaran teori, 60% pembelajaran praktek. Sarana praktek
dan kemudian mempunyai 6 laboratorium. 6 laboratorium itu ada laboratorium
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you will enjoy your day and have this event memorable one. And continuing to the next agenda, we would like to invite our moderator for plenary session 1, Bapak Muhammad Isan Tarmizi, MPD.
Muhammad Isan Tarmizi, Education, High School in Medical Technology, SMAK Depkes Palembang, Diplomatry in Medical Technology, Hal Polytechnic of Palembang, Bachelor Degree in Education, PGRI University, Master's Degree in Education, Sriwijaya University.
Karil, Lecturer of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, Head of Palembang Medical Technologies Association, Head of Student, Alumni, and Collaboration Affairs, Health Polytechnic of Palembang.
For Bapak Muhammad Isan Tarmizi, SPD MPD, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much to the Master of Ceremony for giving me the chance to continue and handle these plenary sessions. I would also like to take this opportunity to express my appreciation to the Director of Health Polytechnic of Palembang, and then to Vice Directors and all staff members of Health Polytechnic of Palembang. Also, I would like to share my appreciation to the organizing committee, the speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your coming and watch this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this conference is Bridging Multi-Sector Approach toward Healthy Population and Poverty Reduction through Health Investment. As far as we are concerned, poverty is one obstacle that can affect our health status. Poverty creates new problems that can affect generations of families. Beginning in utero and continuing throughout an individual's life, poverty affects health via complex mechanisms, life expectancy, learning abilities, health behaviors, and risk for developing diseases. To discuss these problems in more details, we have invited 4 experts as our keynote speakers today in this conference, and they will discuss these problems in different perspectives later on. The keynote speakers are 1, Associate Professor Dr. Satish Babu Natarajan from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. 2, Associate Professor Ponchai Julamet, PhD from Burapa University, Thailand. Number 3, Dr. Abhishek Joshi, BMS, MD, PhD from Ayurveda and Yoga Center, Menangadi, Wayanad, Kerala, India. And number 4, Associate Professor Hani Lovelin Bontel, DND, MSPH from Central Escolar University, Manila, Philippines. Well, speakers, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ihsan. I am the moderator in this morning session. I will guide this session and I will be moderating and control this conference. The time provided for each presentation is 30 minutes. And I will remind the remaining time 4 minutes before your presentation is over. After that, we continue with question and answer session for 15 minutes. Now we will start plenary session 1 with the first speaker. The first speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Satish Babu Natarajan. Let me introduce him further and read his curriculum vitae in short. He is Associate Professor Dr. Satish Babu Natarajan, Head Department of Pharmaceutics, Faculty of Pharmacy, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. For his academic qualification, he received his Doctor of Philosophy in Pharmacy from Karpagam University, Coimbatore, India. His Master of Pharmacy in Pharmaceutic from the TN Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai, India. And he received his Bachelor of Pharmacy in Pharmacy from the TN Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai, India. For academic and industrial experience, his position now is Associate Professor in Faculty of Pharmacy, Lincoln University College, Malaysia. And from 2016 until now, he is the head of Department of Pharmaceutics, Faculty of Pharmacy, Lincoln University College. And for his research grants, he have been working for years doing his research with some grants, research grant. I cannot mention one by one, but his latest research grant is in 2018, collaboration with UITM. The title is Catechin-Loaded Nanoparticles for Cancer Therapy, Role as a Collaborator. Okay. The speaker will deliver his material entitled Paradigm Shift in the Development of Herbal Medicine. Mrs. Satish, are you with me now or not? Mr. Satish, please unmute your mic. Okay. Hello, Mr. Satish.
Hello, sir. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Hello, can you listen to me?
Yes.
Is there any technical
Can you hear me, sir?
error? Mr. Satish, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mr. Satish, just nice to see you again. It is
Yes,
just
sir.
my first time to see you in this room, yeah?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir. Thank
several
you very
months
much.
ago, we met in a hotel, yeah?
Yes.
You were the presenter at the time also. It is our second time to meet you here. Mr.
Thank you,
Satish,
sir.
I
Thank
would like to tell you again that you have 30 minutes to deliver your speech, and then we continue with question and answer session for 15 minutes. I will remind you 5 minutes before. And then now let's welcome our first speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Satish Babu Natarajan, with the title Paradigmship in the Development of Herbal Medicine. Mrs. Satish, time is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your nice introduction. Good morning, everyone. This is Satish from Lincoln University College, Malaysia. Before going to start my presentation, I express my sincere thanks to the directors, the organizing committees, all the speakers, guests, participants, and the presenters. Thank you for your warm invitation. Very honored to be here. Thank you once again. We start our presentation. So today my presentation is on paradigm shift in the development of herbal medicines. As we know, in order to lead our life, healthy lifestyle, the drug is very essential part. Drug is very crucial in our life. Without drug, we cannot lead our life in healthy or wealthy manner. So drug is very important. So as we are from healthcare background, we need to use the drug rationally. At the same time, we need to identify, we need to discover the drugs day-to-day life to eradicate or to treat various diseases, especially for the pandemic COVID-19. So the drug discovery is the one of the prime responsibility for us. So we need to introduce or we need to identify the potential drug to treat various diseases. Drug discovery. So what does it mean, the drug discovery? It is the process by which new candidate medications are discovered every day or periodically. Historically, drugs were discovered by identifying active ingredient from the traditional remedies or synthetically in terms of scientific discovery. Introducing the drug into the market is not a very easy task. It involves many complex procedures and time-consuming process, and we need to invest more budget. More than few billions are need to invest in order to discover the new compounds, and also multiple divine stage for this process, each with their own associated challenges, hurdles, and deadlines and budget. Already mentioned, the drug discovery is not a very easy task. It involves many steps, many complex procedures. So it begins with the target discovery, that is the stage 1. In this stage, the in vitro investigation is executed to identify the target site or receptor site where our newly identified compounds need to target and treat the particular diseases. In stage 2, that is called as target validation. In this stage, the researcher, once identify the potential target, they need to demonstrate or validate the target site, which involve the progression of disease, and it is actively can be regulated. After the target is validated, next proceed to the stage 3, that is called as lead compound identification. Here, the researcher need to identify the potential compound. That compound either from herbal product, that may be natural product, or may be purely synthesized from chemical sources. So ultimately, in addition to testing the mechanism of action of the drug, initial safety tests are conducted in vitro cell line studies. So once the compound is identified, that lead compound also need to be optimized, same like the target validation. So in order to optimize the lead compound, so here the researcher need to demonstrate the efficacy profile and safety profile of the compound. Additionally, the optimal dosage, route of administration is tested on 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional platform with the help of cell culture models. Once the target is identified, optimized, and the lead compound is identified and optimized, then only we are allowed to proceed to the preclinical studies, that is called animal studies. In these animal studies, it involves rat, mice, rabbit, dogs, or different animal models are utilized to demonstrate various parameters, which includes safety profile of the compounds, pharmacological profiles, pharmacokinetics, and toxicological profile. During this stage, they have to establish all the parameters. Once the compound fulfill all the parameters, then only we have to proceed to the next level. That is called advancing to clinical trials, means need to ready to or begins to proceed clinical trials. Before going to proceed to the clinical trials, we have to prepare documentation, that is called new drug application. So in this application, we have to fill all the data, which include animal data, toxicity profile of the newly identified compounds, and clinical protocols for the proposed human trials, means what are the data, what are the procedure we are going to adopt or perform in the clinical trials, and data from any prior human research, what has been done already. So we have to gather the particular data. That data will be helpful for our current research. Next, information about the principal investigators and the team of researchers, etc. And finally, manufacturing informations. So these are the documents, these are the information should be furnished in that application. That application is called as investigational new drug application. Once all the data is successfully submitted to the FDA for the approval, the review committee will go through the application very extensively. After 30 days of the review process, they will approve the application to proceed for the clinical trials if the parameters are fulfilled by the reviewers. If not, if they need any additional information, this review committee will seek the committee to furnish the additional data. If they fulfill, again, they will go through the application and they will approve. If they are not satisfied, they will reject the applications. So once get the approval from the FDA, then only we are eligible to perform the clinical trials. So the clinical trials also further involves many stages. In phase 1 clinical trials, it involves nearly 100 or less number of healthy patients here in order to establish the safety profile of the newly identified compounds. Once the drug proves that it is highly safe, then we can proceed to phase 2 clinical trials. In this stage, the researcher need to adopt or to increase the patient group up to 100 to 500 number in order to prove that effectiveness of the compounds. So not only effectiveness, and also need to demonstrate the adverse effect, side effects, efficacy, and tested in this phase. Here, the patient have the disease that the new drug is attempting to cure. After successful completion of phase 2 clinical trials, then need to proceed to the phase 3 clinical trials. This is very crucial and significant stage. In this stage, the group size is increased from few hundred to few thousand patients in order to generate highly significant statistical data. After this completion of clinical trials, stage 3, only 12% of drugs make it through this stage, as the key to determining overall safety and efficacy of the newly medications. So it seems that out of 100, only 12 number of drugs are past these clinical trials. So the remaining around 90% of drugs are failed at this stage. That's why phase 3 clinical trials is highly significant to proceed further analysis. After successful completion of stage 3 clinical trials, again we need to furnish the application form to the FDA to get the approval to market our newly identified compound. This application is called as new drug application. So this application must be submitted to the FDA for the review process. So the purpose of this document is to demonstrate the clinical trials prove that safety and efficacy of the drug that is qualified to go to the market. So a lot of data is required for this stage, including information about all the clinical trial studies, clinical data and reports, safety precautions, potential interaction with other drugs. So all the information should be furnished with these NDA applications. Once the FDA review the process, review the application, they may take 6 to 10 months period. After that, the FDA will approve the drug. So once we'll get the approval, then we are allowed to market the newly identified compound. That last stage is called as stage 4 or post-marketing or post-approval research monitoring. Pharmaceutical companies once launch the new drug into the market, they need to monitor the performance of the compound. So because some data obtained from the phases, the previous clinical trials are unpredicted, serious side effects, interaction with other drugs, potential alternate side effects, modification of the dosage. So these are the cases need to be monitored. So now we are going to the important segment of complementary and alternative medicines. So the definition of complementary alternative medicines are, it is a group of diverse medical and healthcare systems, practices and products that are not generally considered as conventional medicines. It involves focus on holistic, individual and preventative healthcare. These complementary medicines and alternative medicines are interchangeably used by us. Actually, the meaning and the purpose of these two terminologies are different. Complementary medicine, which refers to the use of CM together with the conventional medicines. Alternative medicine, which use the CAM replaced with the conventional medicines. So here, the complementary alternative medicine involves application of traditional methods of medication, such as herbs and other minor body healing techniques, mostly based on the faith and belief. This complementary and alternative medicine classified into many ways, including manipulative and body-based methods, mind and body methods, alternative medical systems, energy therapies, and biological-based therapies. The example for manipulative and body-based methods include massage, chiropractic, osteopathy. The examples for mind and body medicine, which includes yoga, spirituality, and relaxation. Homeopathy, naturopathy, and Ayurveda, these are the systems are called as alternative medical systems. Reiki, Magnus, and Qigong, these are the systems are called as energy-based therapies. Example for biological-based therapies include diets, herbals, and vitamins. Among these many list of complementary alternative medicines, the natural product, the biological-based products are rated or commonly used or commonly practiced by many peoples from many countries all over the world. So next to the natural product, the deep breathing, yoga, osteopathy, manipulation, meditation, massage, special diets, homeopathy, and other treatments are available. So here, in order to make the drug discovery, so the biological-based systems are very, very essential. It plays a crucial role to develop the newly identified compounds. According to the National Center of Complementary Alternative Medicine, the domain called biological-based practice, which includes botanicals, animal-derived extracts, vitamins, minerals, fatty acids, amino acids, proteins, prebiotics, and probiotics. These herbs or plants can be processed and taken in different ways and different forms. These materials can be swallowed as pills, powders, or tinctures, or extracts, or any type of liquids. Or these products may be applied on topically in the form of gels, lotions, or creams, or maybe brewed as a tea or added to the bath water. The use of herbal medicine continues to expand rapidly across the world. Many people now resorting to these products for the treatment of various health challenges in different healthcare systems. The past decades has witnessed a tremendous surge in acceptance and public interest in natural therapies, both in developing and developed countries. These herbal remedies being available in most of the drugstores and pharmacies. From this graph, we can identified that our herbal products are natural products used to treat acute and chronic diseases. Among these, strokes are treated by these herbal medicines. Next to stroke, fevers, diabetes, typhoid fever, diarrhea, anemia, menstrual disorders, osteopathy, malaria, high blood pressure. So these are the complications. All the acute and chronic diseases can be treated by using these herbal and traditional medicines. The high prevalence of complementary alternative medicine has been increased for decades worldwide because of the following parameters, which includes increased awareness, effectiveness of plant medicines, superior to conventional medicines, high cost and side effect of the modern conventional drugs, changing the health practices, fear of addiction to the conventional medicines, and dissatisfaction with the conventional care. So these are the parameters highly influence the higher rate of prevalence of complementary alternative medicines. So next we are going to focus about the industry insight about complementary alternative medicines. The global CAO market size was valued at $60 billion in 2018, and it is anticipated to expand at 17% during the forecast period. It was estimated that more than 60% of global population use traditional medicines. This increasing awareness regarding the traditional therapy methods project to drive this growth. However, most of the techniques used in the alternative medical treatment not approved by many regulatory agencies around the world. So riding on this increased awareness among people, various government initiatives like the regulatory bodies aiming to obtain the clinical data to support and legalize the alternative therapies are likely to boost this market growth. So next one is a very important segment, that is a safety profile of the complementary and alternative medicines. Although with the significant increase of worldwide consumption, the safety of herbal medicine has been highlighted because all the manufacturers advertise that herbal medicines originated from nature and belongs to green therapy and has no toxin or no adverse effect, and people can take it the long term and so forth. But unfortunately, all the medicines, even that is a herbal medicine, have their own side effects because many plants are highly toxic because it contains highly toxic phytoconstituents. These highly toxic phytoconstituents may cause the kidney failure and liver damage in some patients because they contain toxic phytochemicals, or it may contain heavy metals, or that herbal product may be harmfully react with the conventional drugs or any other traditional medicines. In the most notorious instance, the several women developed rapidly progressive interstitial renal fibrosis after taking Chinese herbs prescribed by the staff of weight loss clinic. So herbal products may be contaminated or may be adulterated with the cheapest product or may be disidentified. In general, patients taking herbal preparation regularly should receive careful follow-up and have the access to appropriate biochemical monitoring or diagnostic process. The US FDA may be notified of such events, but without the systemic reporting systems, the incidence of such events will remain unknown. So the government, all the ministries or the health department need to come up with a proper monitoring system so that we can avoid or we can overcome this safety profile or the toxicity profile of the herbal products. Regulation of the herbal products. There are different ways in which different countries define the medicinal products or herbal products derived from naturally. So different countries have adopted various approaches to licensing, dispensing, manufacturing, and trading to ensure their safety, quality, and efficacy. Due to these reasons, herbal preparations vary from country to country. That's why every country, every region, they have their own regulation to control the sale and usage of herbal products. For instance, in USA, under Dietary Supplement Health and Education Act, the herbs, botanicals, and natural concentrate and the concentrate extract are classified as a dietary supplement. If the products are classified as a dietary supplement, no need to get the FDA approval from the government. Straight away, the manufacturer can sell the product into the market. Where in the case of Europe, as per the European Parliament and the Council of Europe provides the guideline for the use of herbal medicine. But Europe, there is a guideline. They will monitor the manufacturing and the selling process of the herbal products. As per that agency, the directive established that herbal medicines released on the market need authorization by the national regulatory authorities of each European country, that these products must have recognized level of safety and efficacy. So with it, their approval, we cannot market, we cannot sell the product in the European market. Similarly, in Canada, herbal remedies must comply with the natural health product regulations. According to their regulation, all natural products require product license before they can be sold in Canada. In order to grant a license, detailed information on the medicinal ingredients, source, potency, and non-medicinal ingredients and recommended use needs to be furnished. In addition, all the manufacturing process must be complied with the good manufacturing process to ensure the safety and quality of the products. So once we get the license, then only the manufacturer sell the product into the market. And also they will monitor all the parameters in terms of side effects, contraindication, everything. If they noticed any contraindication or side effect, they need to inform to the Canadian Department of Health. So these are the various regulations performed or followed by different countries or different regions.
Excuse me, Mr. Satish.
Yes, sir.
5 more minutes left.
Oh. So these are the challenges. We discussed what are the challenges, safety profile and the quality, manufacturing issues, and that we need a proper regulation systems to control, to manufacture, to sell the product. That's why we need to identify the drug from the herbal sources. Why need to identify the drug from the herbal sources? Because the products we are used from ancient era to till digital era. So the product easily we know we are used regularly. So we can identify the active phytoconstituents very easily. So in terms of synthetic hormones, it take more money in time-consuming complex procedure. That's why we have to focus to the drug discovery in terms of herbal products. The best example, rofecoxib. These are the synthetic drug which is launched in 1990s. After 5 years, the drug is immediately withdrawn from the market due to the side effects and it produces a heart attack. That's why all the money invested is vain. That's what we need to focus the drug discovery from the herbal products. Because the acceptance, the awareness of the herbal products now is increasing tremendously. So we need to tap this advantage. That's what we have to identify the newly active ingredient from the herbal product. That will be more easiest. Ultimately, we will get more positive result. So now we are going to see the advantage, means example of the compound which is obtained from the herbal sources. That is the analgesic and inflammatory. It's a opium is a popular herbal product which is obtained from the herbal sources. This name is morphium by the Greek god of Morpheus. Next important and the popular drug is aspirin. Aspirin also one of the synthetic compound which is derived from the herbal products from willow tree. This aspirin now currently used to treat for the pain, fever, and inflammation. And anti-malarial drugs, Artemisia annua is one of the important drug which used to treat the malaria. The artemisinin is a highly active compound which is isolated from the herbal extract and used to treat this malaria. And liver protective agents, bicyclol is one of the active constituents also which is obtained from the plant used to treat the HBV-2B virus. Anti-cancer therapy. Many drugs, many herbal products are isolated from the herbals and used to treat various cancers. Vinca alkaloids, one of the popular alkaloids obtained from the herbal plant and used to treat various diseases. And paclitaxel is one of the most popular anti-cancer drug, which also extracted from the Taxus brevifolia plant, which is used to treat breast cancer, lung cancer, ovarian cancer, as well as Kaposi sarcoma. Camptothecin also one of the important drug used to treat many cancers. So the active constituent from camptothecin is topotecan and irinotecan. So these are the active constituents derived from these plant sources. Anti-diabetic, Gallica officinalis is one of the important plant produce metformin. The metformin is a attachment of biguanides obtained from this Gallica officinalis extract. Cerebrovascular diseases, zincolate B is one of the diderpine is obtained from the ginkgo biloba plant, which is used to treat migraine and cerebrovascular diseases. So these are the most commonly used natural products which is obtained or isolated from the herbal or natural products. That's why in order to make the drug discovery single hand, only the academician cannot perform. So we need strong collaboration in order to bring this knowledge, bring this applied information, applied knowledge into the technology transfer. So in recent years, there has been the substantial interest in the potential value of collaboration between academia and pharmaceutical industry and government sector. Most drugs on the market today are the result of academia delivering advance in the basic biology and technology, and the pharmaceutical sector then building this knowledge base to create the effective therapeutics. Today, collaboration is crucial to successfully bring the newly research finding into competitive market. So with the conclusion, the herbal medicines are now great demand in developing world for primary health care, not because of they are inexpensive, but also better cultural acceptability, better compatibility with the human body and minimal side effects. I need to explore the medicinal and other biological properties of previously inaccessible natural products. In the current era, many developed countries priorities has been given to the scientific research on medicinal plants. There is an unmet need for utilization of the natural product for the benefit of humankind and development of newly lead drug discovery. So the clinical trials are ongoing on more than 100 natural products derived drugs, and at least 100 molecules are preclinical development stage. The success of these natural products in the drug discovery essentially for pharmaceutical companies and research institute is essentially related to their ability and benefits to common persons. Need to select the route less travel and willing to apply our knowledge as the molecular architects of potentially new drug substance to join hands with the pharmaceutical industry and government sector to address the health issues of the future. In the new era of 21st century, no life is possible on earth without herbal drugs or products that are obtained through the normal herbal drug discovery. Thank you. Thank you very much for your listening.
Thank you very much, Mr. Satish. Please stay in your room because after this we are going to proceed to the next presentation with the second speaker, and after that we will come to the question and answer session. Please stay in your room. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for providing the opportunity to deliver my presentation.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we come to the keynote speaker number 2. It's still in plenary session 1. The name of the second speaker is Associate Professor Ponchai Julamed, PhD. Is a lecturer and also the Dean of Nursing Faculty from Burapha University, Thailand. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Ponchai used to tell us that today he would like to come and present his material lively. But this morning, we are informed by him that at the same time, he has to go to a nurse ceremony at the same time this morning. So he is very sorry that he could not come with us. And don't worry, he has sent us a video to play. So the committee will play a video for us, and then after that we open question answer session, and for the participants here or in the virtual room, please raise your question. Video on.
สวัสดีครับ or good morning everyone. Before I start my talk, I would like to thank you to my colleagues from Wenzhou Medical University for inviting me as a speaker in this World Young Scientist Summit 2020 in this year. According to the COVID-19, so I cannot travel to Wenzhou. Anyway, I can share you about my experience on my work via video conference. So today I will share with you about community engagement for enhancing active aging in Thailand, a showcase of Sansuk model. Currently, I am a Dean of the Faculty of Nursing, Burapha University in Thailand. And you can see my email address here. So you can send me your comment, your questions, or even your idea after I finish my talk. Then I can respond to your comment or your questions by this email. I would like to start with this Business Week magazine talking about global aging. And in this magazine, it said that it is the time to act. This means that it is the time for us to implement or to do something or some policies about elderly care in our countries, including China and even in Thailand. As you can see in this slide, Thailand is aging at a faster rate than all Southeast Asia. Among those 10 countries in Southeast Asia, Thailand is faster than other countries. In order to increase our elderly people, today I will share with you about our project launched in Sansuk Municipality, where the Burapha University is located. It is community-based comprehensive elderly care project in Chonburi province. This project belongs to 4 organizations. They are Saku University, Saku City, Sansuk Municipality, and Burapha University, where my university is located in Sansuk, under the support by JICA organization. Before we start our project, we come to talk with our mayor of the city because he proposed his policy of elderly care of the city when he started his term as a mayor of this city. He proposed the policy and objectives in order to manage about aging society in this city. This is the main outcome of our project. I would like to tell you that our project already finished last 3 years, and we also get the fund from JICA again to do another project, the second phase of this project, 3 more years after this. This slide shows you the main outcome of our project. We have 5 main outcomes in order to enhance our quality of life of our elderly people in Sansuk Municipality. So this slide shows you the starting point, and I say that the collaboration is one of the most important in order to enhance the active aging of elderly people, or in order to make the elderly people have better quality of life. You can see in this slide, there are many people involving in this project. We have 2 mayors of the 2 cities, Sansuk City and Saku City. We have people from Saku University, and we have people from Burapha University. And the most important part of this collaboration is the people who lives in Sansuk, because they will the main key person in order to make this project comes true. So when we start the project, we invite all of involving people to make them understand all process of the project, and in order to ask for the collaboration, because they who are the main people who live in this city will work with us along the project runs in these 3 years. Because any town or any city who has senior citizen, more than 10% of total population, it is the aging society. So as you can see in this slide, Sansuk City has 15.44%. And you can see that the increasing number of elderly people each year until the current year. When we start the project, we ask the people to reform the community health committee. We set up the committee in order to allow them to join with us to understand what we are going to do. So we discuss and make health activity plans for the elderly in 6 community pilot areas at the first year. We ask the leaders of the community or the key person in the community to join with us the project. And then we do the task force committee in order to run or to control or to organize the policy. We call the committee for promotion of health medicine and care service in Sansuk municipality. Previously, we don't have this committee. We do as every work. So when we set up the committee of promotion of health and medicine and care service, then this committee will allow us, will provide us the policy or will supervise or give the comment to us in order to deliver the care to the elderly. Then we invite the first group of medical staffs, including nurses, medical doctor, or some other healthcare staff, to visit Saku City in Nakano in Japan. The purpose of the visit is the participant could understand community health activity and home visit nursing care in Saku. We learn from Saku City how the health professionals take care of the elderly people in Saku City, because after the visit, we would like them or we expect them to be the leader of the health or medicine and welfare field in Sansuk municipality in order to provide care to the elderly in Sansuk. We invite them to learn from Saku City about 2 weeks. And after that, the group 2 of healthcare professionals in the next year come to Saku City in order to understand again community health activity and home visit nursing care. They will learn from Saku City how the health professional in Saku take care of the elderly in Saku City. And when they come back to Sansuk City, they will implement their experience that they learn from Saku to their elderly people in Sansuk. Another important group is the health volunteer. During this COVID-19, you may listen the news or you may hear the news from Thailand that health volunteer is one of the important people who prevent COVID-19 infection in Thailand. So, besides the healthcare professionals, we bring health volunteer to learn from Saku City in terms of taking care of the elderly people. So when they go to Japan or when they go to Saku City, the newspaper are interested and report about this project. Even the news reporter, they also report the news about training of the health volunteer from Thailand. In this slide, you can see Mayor of Saku City, Mr. Nayagida, who is one of the leader of this project, to welcome all of our health volunteer. So in Saku City, we allow our health volunteer to learn to be elderly people because some of them are young people. They don't know that about the elderly, what are going to happen with the elderly. So they have simulation in order to make them to be as the elderly people. You can see this is the eye growth, this is the stick. They pretend to be the elderly people, then they will learn how the difficulty the elderly people when they have to be the elderly. They also learn how to do rehabilitation under my translation from English to Thai. So we have the physical therapist from Japan in order to teach them how to do the physical therapist to the elderly people. And also they learn about how to teach the elderly people in the community how to make a story in terms of healthcare, teaching healthcare to the elderly people in the community. When they finish, the president of Sagu University will come to celebrate. This is the mouth exercise because in the elderly you know that mouth is one of the most important organ for the elderly people. If you don't exercise the mouth for the elderly, then the elderly cannot eat something. That makes many problems after that. So that's why the Japanese focus on the mouth exercise for the elderly, or even mouth care after eating or having meals. They have to take care of the mouth of the elderly people. So when stay in Saku City, the health volunteers also learn how to take care of the elderly who stay in the facilities or stay at home in many activities. Again, when we do home visit, the news reporter also report about the Thai health volunteer come to Japan to learn from this project. They learn how to transfer the patient or the elderly with the wheelchair on the car. They also learn how to do brain training for the elderly in Japan, how to provide many activities in terms of enhancing the quality of life of the patients or of the elderly. They visit many facilities in Japan in order to gain knowledge as much as possible. So when they come back to Thailand, so they bring their experiences to implement to take care of their elderly at home in Sansuk City. First, what we learn from Sagu is we need to have health folder of the patient. So we do the same. We have each elderly folder, health history of each elderly folder in order to investigate, to do health assessment, to do the service for the elderly. And then we have visit home care. We have care plan of visit home care. So we ask health professionals and health volunteer to come to visit Saku. So when both groups come back to Thailand, They will work together as multidisciplinary team to go out and to visit the elderly in the community. That's why we call multidisciplinary team plan. And we have home care service system in Sansuk City. What we do is when we meet the elderly, we have the step in order to do home care service of each elderly people. In Sansuk City, we have three groups of the elderly. We call Group A, Group B, and Group C. Group A means the strong elderly. The strong elderly, we try to promote them, the health activity, in order to make them stronger or in order to make them happier. So this is our university staff or university teacher who come to visit Saku. And then when they come back to Sansuk, they have to do some activity as well. So in this picture, you can see she do brain exercise or they do group exercise. Again, this is another group exercise for the elderly. This is the health promotion activity by nurses. You can see nurses from Sansuk City who come to visit Saku. So when they come back to Sansuk, they implement many activities in order to do health promotion for the elderly. And we do health promotion, another activity by nurses or by other health volunteers. And we do home visit. During our project, we have some experts from Japan who come to Thailand to do home visit with us. And if you can see in every picture that we show you, we have health volunteer or villagers who live in the community always come with us in order to do home visit. That's why we call community engagement. We also do home visit in many cases with the expert and with the community people in Thailand. During the visit of the expert from Japan, we also do training for other people who cannot come to Japan because we don't have enough money to take all people to learn from Japan. So we take some and then we ask some expert from Japan comes to Thailand to train us in order to take care of the elderly. So during these 3 years, we have so many experts come to Sansuk City to train our staff in many ways, many activities that the health volunteer learn in Japan. We do the same in Thailand. We do many trainings, even rehabilitation training, exercise training, many activities in order to make our health volunteer or our villagers to take care of the elderly. And you can see in this slide, community service by professionals. Our health professionals does not work only in the hospital. So we come to the community in order to provide community service. That is easier for us or for Thai people to do health promotion in the community. We also do home visit by physician, nurses, and health volunteer together in the community. So you can see this is the medical doctor from Burapha University Hospital. We have nurses, we have health volunteer to do home visit together. Even we do oral hygiene care that we learn from the Saku city. You can see this this picture. This is the health volunteer who visits Saku City. Before visiting Saku, she doesn't know or she has never implemented the mouth exercise. So when she learned from Saku and she comes back to Thailand, she comes to teach the stroke patient. This man has stroke and she has even swallowed his saliva. But after 3 months of practicing mouth exercise, this man or this elderly can swallow the saliva. And we do multi-professionals and post-conference after home visit. Again, we do home visit with physical therapists and many health volunteers in many activities in order to make our elderly stronger. For the case that they cannot come, so we do individual home visit. We also use our Thai herbs in order to take care of the elderly people, because in Thailand we have so many herbs that can help you stronger and or healthier. This is one of the case. After 3 months he can walk and go to the toilet independently. Before this, he has stroke and he cannot even stand. You can see he cannot even stand and walk. But after 3 months of our activities or of our home visit, then he can walk and go to the toilet independently. We use our wisdom, our Thai wisdom in terms of taking care of the elderly. We try to help them, we try to encourage them in order to live independently in the community. So every year we have the JICA staff and Saku team comes to Sansuk City to follow up the work that we propose or we promise. And every time our mayor of the city go out with us in the community and we do the exercise. So you can see this is the president of the University of Saku University. This is JICA staff.
Yeah, please be waiting. The video is on, everyone. There is no technical error.
Order to make the most important activity is we do Bang San Health Festival. This slide show you 2018. This is to alert or to motivate our people in order to give the importance to the health care or in order to make them understand health care. We learn from Japan and we do it in our city in order to make them healthier. So this is one of my discussion or my talk with the community people after I come to visit or I come to talk with them. So I invite them to discuss what they do with
นะ
their
พอดีเคย
family
ไปบ้านคน
members
นี้นึกออก
or
ครับ
what they do with
เขา
their
ทำเขาทำอยู่ใช่ไหมคะ
elderly
ปั
people
จจุ
and
บันนี้
after
แล้ว
that
ก็ยัง
I try to
ต้อง
evaluate
ต้อง
them.
ต้องเหมือนว่า
Live alone is mean that there is no relatives or no cousin, so she live only herself in this house. The commitment between the elderly, the mayor of the two cities, and the commitment between us in order to make them live stronger and live with the quality of life. So as you can see in many pictures, the mayor of the two cities always comes with us in many activities. That's why our project received the announcement from JICA that it is one of the best 15 projects around the world that JICA support the money to do the project around this world. This makes us very proud of the project. So this is the work that show you the community engagement or the community collaborations in many levels in order to make your elderly people to be an active elderly. So before I stop my talk, I would like to encourage all of you, especially the people in Wenzhou. You can make all of your elderly people to be an active aging, because if they are active, they will not come to the hospital. They can take care of themselves at home. That means that they have their good quality of life, and we have less work to do in terms of take care of them in the hospital. Most important is we would like them to live happily in their home. So once again, I would like to thank you very much, our colleagues from Wenzhou Medical University, to invite me to talk in the World Young Scientist Summit 2020, and I would like to receive some comment or some questions from all of you by emails, and then I will respond to your emails. Once again, I would like to meet all of you in the next World Young Scientist Summit 2021 if the COVID-19 is disappear. I hope you enjoy my talk, and if you can do anything, please do it, because it is the time to act. It is not the time to plan. Thank you and have a very good day. Bye bye. สวัสดีครับ
Sawadika, give applause for Ponchai Yulame. Thank you for Mr. Ponchai Yulamet for your sending video. Okay. Mrs. Satish. Mrs. Satish, are you still with us?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
Now we come to question and answer session for session 1. We open question and answer. The questions addressed to Mr. Satish. So if there are questions for Mr. Satish will directly answer now. But for the question for Mr. Ponchai will be sent to his email address, and the answer will be replied back to the committee. So today we open a question for both presenter. Committee, please prepare microphone for the audiences or the participants. Is there any question for the presenters? Mike, please, Mike. Okay. Uh, don't forget to mention your name, where you are from, and your question. Make it simple.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Hello, Mr. Satis. I want to ask you about 2 points. First, so many issues about natural resources to prevent coronavirus infection. In Indonesia, something like ginger, sugar, and etc. How do your opinion about these challenges? And number two, okay.
Can you repeat?
Okay, I will repeat my question. Number one, so many is. Oh yeah, my name is Karmalina, Dr. Satis. I'm pharmacist. I want to ask you about 2 questions in the morning. One, so many issues about natural resources to prevent coronavirus infection. In Indonesia, something like ginger, sugar, and etc. How do your opinion about this issue? And number two, how about your opinion to research who did directly to human, not follow the step like in pharmacy, yeah? Maybe they think that the material is not drugs, but only natural resources. Is it possible? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, do you get the point, Mr. Satis, about the 2 points raised by Ibu Sarmalina? She is from Pharmacy Department from Health Polytechnic of Palembang.
Okay, sir. Can you repeat the question, sir, please?
Okay. Ibu Sarmalina is from Pharmacy Department. Her questions are, number one, there are some issues related to natural resources. She mentioned some natural resources used for coronavirus. What is your comment for number one? Number two, regarding the research, some research are conducted on human without systematic step. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although it from natural resources, you about your opinion. Yeah, the use of natural resources on human, is it possible or not?
Yeah.
Okay, you can answer now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful question. So answer for the question number one. So the natural product can be used to prevent COVID-19, not only COVID-19, we can use to prevent many diseases that may be acute diseases, or we can prevent any chronic diseases that we can do it with the help of herbal product or natural product. So currently in country Indonesia or maybe some other countries from Asia, we are using the herbal products to prevent the pandemic viruses, like we are using the ginger or curcumin or maybe the pepper. So these are the herbal products, spices, or which are used to maintain or to improve or to boost the immunity so that we can prevent the attack of COVID-19 virus. So definitely the herbal products have the potential to prevent or to maintain the immunity to prevent any type of diseases. Answer for the question number two. So you asked directly whether we can able to perform the clinical trials with the human volunteers. Just bypass the in vitro and the preclinical research. Actually, it mentioned clearly in our presentation, even it is a herbal product, natural product, this product definitely contains some toxic phytoconstituents, or it may contain heavy metals. So these are the compounds definitely leads to some toxic effect or unwanted side effects, right? Contraindications. So we don't know whether the particular herbal product have heavy metals or toxic materials or not. That's why we need to perform with the cell line studies and followed with the animal studies. We can prove that if the herbal product does not have any contaminants or toxic materials, then if we proceed with the human volunteers, definitely we'll get the positive results without any mortality. That's the issue. So that's what FDA, if in order to get the approval from FDA, definitely we need to start from fundamental in vitro studies, preclinical and clinical studies. Then only we are eligible to get the approval from the FDA. If we bypass directly to the human volunteers, our medicines, we cannot approve. The medicines cannot approved by the FDA. So we cannot sell the product in the name of medicine. So still that product will be considered as alternative medicines or complementary medicines. Fine. Hope you got the answer.
Yes, Ibu Samarina. Okay. Good answer, and it is accepted. Yeah. Okay, we come to the next question from audience here. Microphone. Please stand up. Your name, where you are from, and then your question.
Thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Shatches, good morning. I'm Natasha from the Nutrition Department, Health Polytechnic Palembang. We talk about the clinical trial in your slide. We always hear that the health medicine doesn't have side effect like drugs. However, because they are natural. However, the synthetic drugs and association have a lot of side effects. How is true this statement? And then I have question, have any of the medicine have or any plant proven effective for healing the coronavirus and COVID-19? Can you, my question, hear that, sir?
Okay, Mr. Satis, two questions from one of the audience here. Have you got the point?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So what I understand from her is natural product have better efficacy than the synthetic drug. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, health medicine, clinical trial, and then no side effects from natural. But besides, there are some side effects from other products.
So the answer to the first question is whether it is herbal products or natural products or synthetic, whatever may be, any drugs or medicines, definitely it possesses some side effects, though it is a nutritional. For example, for instance, vitamin C from lime juice. Lime juice is a natural herbal, what we call culinary or fruit juice. Though if you consume more amount of lime juice, definitely it leads to some complication, right? So we need to work out, we need to perform the proper investigation so that how much amount we can consume, though it is a herbal product or synthetic, right? Then only we can say that is a drug. If we take a lime juice, that is a food supplement. If we take vitamin C from lime juice, convert into tablet, vitamin C tablet, that is called as medicine. So for treating diseases, we need vitamin C.
vitamin C tablet. In order to prevent you against any diseases, the lime juice is enough. So depends upon the condition, so depends upon the state, so the ingredient or the compound will be used accordingly. I hope you got the answer for the question number 1.
Okay, number 1 is okay.
Question number 2
because
is
because they are the drugs of the natural. Health medicine is the natural. Don't have some effect or side effects to my body or the body.
yes, even it is natural product, if you consume inappropriately, definitely that may cause side effects. Or the natural product may be react with the other traditional medicines, or it may be react with the conventional medicines.
Okay, thank you, sir.
That's what we need to do proper investigation. Then only we can assume there is a monitoring. There should be perform some monitoring process, biochemical monitoring, how the drug is performing, what is the performance of the drug after consuming, though it is a herbal or natural product. So without monitoring process, we cannot predict or we cannot assume the natural product does better or good for health.
Thank you.
Okay, number 2 is also
Okay.
correct. Okay.
Have any of the medicine help or any plant proven effective for healing the COVID-19 or coronavirus, like herbal or
Yeah, I cannot strongly mention about which herbal product and natural product very effective against COVID-19. So currently we are using herbal product for preventative purpose or to maintain better immunity. So there is no, yes, but still in some countries they are using natural products or Ayurvedic treatment to treat the COVID-19. So with the mixture of some. But the thing is here, there is lack of scientific data of clinical data. That's what we cannot able to mention whether that is a medicine or alternative medicine.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you for your question.
Mr. Satis, we still open more question. One more question. Yeah. Yes, question number 3. The question must be related to the topic. Yeah, the name, where you are from, and your question.
Hello, this is Mr. Hafiz. Let me introduce myself. My name is Fatima. I'm from Polytechnic Varanasi. From the topic, I know that natural sources has a lot of function in to cure some disease. But as we know that traditional medicine community think that traditional drugs surely safe and don't have a serious side effect. So, in your opinion, should straight point, should we use traditional drugs that has that we don't know the side effects, or we use the synthetic drug that has a lot of side effects in curing the disease. Do you understand about what I say, sir? Because I'm sorry, my English is not too good.
Okay, Mr. Satish, you get the point?
The audio is not clear, sir. If you can repeat, it will be
Okay.
grateful, sir.
About traditional medicine,
Yeah.
there is also serious effect, side effect from traditional. Synthetic also has the same problem.
Yeah, but traditional drugs, we don't know the exact side effects.
Oh yeah.
So should we use a traditional drug that we don't know the exact side effects,
Okay.
or we
In-
use the synthetic one?
Okay. For traditional medicine or drug, we don't know the real content. But in synthetic, it is clearly stated. Should we use traditional drug, although we don't know the content or not?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, got it. Yeah, you are right. Exactly. Means what you are saying, though it is a traditional drugs or synthetic drugs, both have side effects. If this is the case, better why we can use traditional medicine straight away instead of prefer synthetic drugs. Correct.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Satish.
Actually, the traditional medicine contain more than 100 number of active ingredients. So we don't know which active ingredient is going to treat the particular disease. It is a crude mixture. So we have to identify which active ingredients actually working towards to treat the disease. So in order to perform the evaluation, proper investigation, then only we can identify, and we need to isolate particular compound. So once we isolate the particular compound from that traditional medicine, then we can convert into proper dosage form. Then it will be used to treat the diseases, so that we can minimize the side effect. We can identify what type of side effects it may cause. We can predict easily. If we are not performing all the investigation, if we can use as a traditional medicines, we don't know what type of side effect it may cause, whether it produces a toxic effect or unwanted effect, we don't know. Yes, you are correct. So we can use traditional medicine, but both have the capability to produce the side effects. If we have proper regulation, proper procedure, if we execute, then we can get the chance to minimize the side effects. Rather, we can get better therapeutic action.
Okay, Mr. Satish, yeah. This session is over. Yeah, we will continue with the presenting certificate to you and souvenir to you, but we cannot come to your house. Yeah,
No
we
problem.
can only share
Because of
through
me.
virtual room.
Yeah.
The certificate and the souvenir will be presented by Ibu Ratna Ningsi, Vice Director for Academic Affairs. Yeah, here is the certificate from the committee. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your sharing knowledge with us. And this is the souvenir, the certificate presented by Ibu Ratna, our Vice Director for Academic Affairs.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for giving this great opportunity to deliver the talk.
Okay, this is Ibu Ratna, our Vice Director for Academic Affairs. And the other one is the souvenir. It is local cloth from Palembang.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it is songket, very popular cloth from Indonesia, songket. Yeah, it is for you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we will send it to your house. Don't worry.
Welcome, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Satis, for your very interesting and very nice presentation. Don't go away because after lunchtime, we will continue with other session and you will be one of our reviewer. Thank you,
Sure.
Mr. Satis.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, for participant only. Yeah, this is for participants. A surprise, not for committee, not for others. We offer you 3 questions. For very good answer, there is a very beautiful gift for you. So listen very carefully and answer correctly. Number 1. The pastor, the winner. Number 1. What is the meaning of CAM? Raise your hand. Yeah. Microphone. If you followed the presentation, you know the answer. Mike.
Yes. My name is Denny Kurniawan. I'm from University of Catholic here, Musikaritas. CAM is a complementary and alternative medicine.
Let me think first. I need to think this. Okay. Yeah, give me 10 minutes to think about the correct answer or not. Ibu Samalina? Yes, correct.
Thank you. Thank you.
Number 1. Number 2. Again, for participant only. Yeah. Don't pretend to be participant. You must be participant to answer this. Number 2. What was the name of the city where the research conducted by the second speaker? Yeah, only for participant. I repeat, what was the name of the city where the research was conducted by the second presenter?
Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Harimai Sayati. I'm from Stipi Bakti Pertiwi. And the answer is Sensuk Municipality.
Sensuk. Committee, please check the ID. Is she participant or organizing committee?
Absolutely participant.
Okay, yeah, correct. Thank you very much. The last question and the most difficult question. The pastor, the winner. Can you mention correctly the correct step for discovery drug? Yeah, 4 steps for discovery drugs. The 4 steps must be correct, and the order also must be correct. If nobody cannot answer, the souvenir, the gift is for me. For me, no, not for me, sir. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah? Yeah. For committee, okay, you may answer. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Can you mention the 4 steps? Yeah. The 4 steps for discovery drugs. Okay. Okay, we keep the present, yeah. Okay, thank you everybody for your answer. Yeah, the committee will contact you for the delivery of your present of your gift. Now we continue with the next plenary session. We come to plenary session 2. Yeah. We will start preliminary session 2 with the third speaker. The name of the speaker is Dr. Abhishek Joshi. He is from Ayurveda and Yoga Center Manangadi, Wayanad, Kerala, India. The further detail will be explained by the speaker.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Abhishek. Are you here? Okay. Hello.
Yes.
Mr. Abhishek.
Yes.
Yes. Can you speak louder?
So.
Okay.
Selamat siang.
Selamat siang.
Yes.
Yeah.
At the outset, I would like to thank the Poltekkes.
Yeah, you can say Poltekkes Palembang.
Palembang.
Yeah.
The organizers and everyone to give me this opportunity to speak something about the science which I have lived more than half of my life, Ayurveda. But I would like to try some of my bahasa first. Sekarang ada 3 pertanyaan yang penting dari seluruh dunia. Ada 3 pertanyaan yang penting. Satu pertanyaan itu, kapan corona berakhir? Ya, kapan corona akan berakhir? Ini pertanyaan satu pertama ya. Yang pertanyaan yang 2, apakah bisa kamu melihatku? That's a very important second question the whole world is asking. Because even if I am in India, we are connected through technology. It's a blessing. In 2020, I feel we should start thinking of the good things we have in 2020. So second important question people are asking, apakah kamu bisa melihatku? Yeah. And third important, very important question is, apakah kamu bisa mendengarku?
Bisa.
So, bisa, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to share my screen and go to my presentation now. I hope everyone is seeing my screen as well. Yes, thank you. The topic given to me, or what I'm speaking on, is utilizing Ayurveda complementary medicine as an alternative therapy in India. Yes. Now, WHO very unanimously tells that, according to a report published by WHO in 2011, that traditional medicines, including herbal medicines, have been continued to use around the world. Mind it is not just in India, not just in Indonesia, not just in Asia, around the world. Also in the developing and the developed world, and approximately 7 to 95% population rely on the traditional medicines for primary care. This is by 2011. And the same assembly, World Health Assembly, passed a resolution in 2009, which urges the member states of World Health Organization to respect, preserve, and widely communicate traditional medicinal knowledge. Not just respect, not just preserve and communicate, but include traditional medicine in the national health policies. This was way back in 2009, the WHO's recommendation. So we can broadly accept that yes, 70%, more than 70% of the world population still believes in complementary medicine, complementary therapies, and includes a lot of things like Ayurveda, homeopathy, Siddha, Unani, acupuncture, aromatherapy, herbal medicines, dietary nutrition, nutraceuticals, yoga, mind-body techniques, spirituality, faith healing, massage, etc., etc. Every country has its own tradition, its own medicine, like we have Jamu in Indonesia. I've been traveling to Bali a lot. So in Bali, we have Ushadha Bali. Yeah? A lot of traditional medicines existing in different countries already. When it comes to India, the complementary and alternative streams of India, mainly they revolve around Ayurveda, Yoga and Unani, Siddha, and homeopathy. And few to add, like acupuncture is there, acupressure is there, Sowa Rigpa, Tibetan medicine is also there. Some additives, but mainly it focuses on this mainly 6 different varieties of alternative treatments. But Ayurveda dominates the market share of all the different systems. Ayurveda dominates the market share, and I will focus my talk more on Ayurveda because that's the field what I've lived more than half of my life. So what is Ayurveda? Some of you may be new to this word Ayurveda. Yeah, Ayu means life, and Veda means knowledge. By Ayurveda as a whole, it's the job. So the science of Ayurveda can be a part of daily life to prevent the diseases and then to cure the diseases as well. So Ayurveda is just not a medicinal practice, but it has a wider scope which talks more of preventive medicine. And then yes, curative treatments as well. In this world full of lifestyle disorders, yeah, 20th century is all full of lifestyle disorders. So the preventive concepts of Ayurveda are a boon to humanity. Now this is a very popular picture in Indonesia. The first time I traveled to Bali was in 2014, September. And I was seeing this TV serial everywhere, you know, it was so popular. Yeah, and most of you might have identified, and those who have not identified, this is from Mahabharata, a very popular word in Indonesia again. So this whole television serial was translated in Indonesian Bahasa, and it was being played when I visited Indonesia for the first time. In this serial also, they have Nakula and Sahadeva. Yeah, these are the Pandavas, Pancha Pandavas. They have Nakula and Sahadeva, who are the physicians. They are the doctors who can heal the people. Yes. And they are very much sophisticated in their treatment modalities because Mahabharata was a big war. And there were a lot of injuries, and they were treated by some techniques which we don't know today. So this healing system was existent before a long, long time, which we cannot predict, which we can tell that when it originated, because Mahabharata war took place in 3137 BC. That's the date on which this fight took place, this great war took place. So if it was very much well developed at that point of time, it must have originated long back before that. So Ayurveda as a TCM in India, what are the legalities, how the perspective of the government of India is about it. National legislation on traditional and cultural medicine complementary medicine includes the Indian Medicines Central Council Act in 1970, which was formed by the government of India. They also created a separate department known as Department of Indian System of Medicine in 1995. And it included all the complementary medicines which were existing in India. Again, a national policy on traditional and complementary medicine was formed as a national policy by the Indian System of Medicines and Homeopathy, issued in 2002. Later, the same department was named as Department of Ayush to serve the national office, which is under the Ministry of Health. Ini seperti kesehatan, Menteri Kesehatan, so it comes under that, the way in which it is existing in Indonesia right now. And then the big step was taken in 2014, where an independent Ministry of Ayush was formed in India, which totally looks only into the development, research aspects of the TCM, traditional and complementary medicines in India. And the national government issues the TCM licenses are required for the practices. The licenses are certified by the board. But the graduation happens, post-graduations are there, there are PhDs, there are clinical doctorate degrees at various universities happening in India. Like when you study, when I studied my basic graduation of Ayurveda, it's 5.5-year degree program, 5.5 years. Post-graduation is another 3 years of program. And PhD is from 2 to 5 years of program, depending on how quick you can finish. So it's a well-organized system under the ministry now. So the Ministry of Ayush was formed in 2014. It's a series of administrative and policy measures which are undertaken by the ministry in an attempt to mainstream the alternative systems of medicine, because these alternative systems of medicine are born in this subcontinent of Asia, and it has to be indigenous to Asia. The Ayush Ministry has started several initiatives at the national level to help and promote and make this alternative systems the mainstream of medicine. And it plans to set up 12,500 Ayush centers, or say clinics, across India. There are project collaborations agreements signed globally as well by this Ayush Ministry with World Health Organization. Ministry of Ayush has signed 21 country-to-country MOUs to legalize, to recognize this traditional system of medicine. It has 13 Ayush chairs established in various countries until now. It is supporting many governments who are interested in developing centers of Ayush, Ayurveda, yoga, naturopathy. When I talk of this, they're very popular in Indonesia, like the word yoga. It's happening everywhere in Indonesia. I go and see people liking more and more yoga, doing more and more yoga. In fact, we have a World Yoga Day, and it is celebrated since past 5 years. In fact, in 2014, when the Prime Minister of India proposed the idea of International Yoga Day to the United Nations, Indonesia was one of the first countries to tell, yes, we should have an International Yoga Day. The awareness of this movement should start around the world. Yes. So the Ministry of Ayush is providing technical supports to many countries. Even Ayush hospitals are established in Mauritius and Myanmar. A traditional and medicinal university is being established with the support of this Ayush Ministry. So much required boost to this ministry came when the budget, because any system to exist under the government, it has to require a lot of funding. And in 2018, the budget was made 13%. And right now, this Ministry of Ayush, which is not under the Health Ministry, but it exists as a separate Ministry of Ayush, it has a financial budget of $290 million per year in the next financial year of 2020-2021, which is 25% of the total amount allocated for the health sector And it's a big boost to all this alternative systems of medicines which are existing in India. In the same correspondence, there is also an Ayurveda Day. And 5th Ayurveda Day, this year, it will be celebrated on 13th November 2020. It's the 5th Ayurveda Day and it will be celebrated in 75 plus countries this year. And it's all in support of the Ministry of Ayush. And yes, Indonesia is also a part of that. Why this Ayurveda Day or why this concept? Because it embodies the principle of natural and sustainable living. And this day is aimed to promote the United Nations World Health Organization Sustainable Development Goal 3, which ensures healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all the ages. So this day is to raise that awareness about the strong role Ayurveda or traditional medicines which can play in realization of SDG 3. Now, just to get you an idea, financial idea of the export values of Ayurveda and herbal products from India, right from 2015 to 2019. And in 2015, it started, which was $354.68 million. Now it is touching $446 million in the financial year 2019. So there is a lot of commerce also associated when it comes to herbal products, herbal medicine. A study commissioned by CII tells that Ayurveda sector is still in infancy and it has a humongous capacity to grow. So the aim is to make it 9 billion by 2022. For this purpose, many centers have been established in India as well. One of that center, which was inaugurated under the Ministry of Ayush, was All India Institute of Ayurveda. And just to give you some numbers, it has around 1,600 patients on a daily basis. There are many such centers around India. Yeah, this is based in Delhi, the capital of India. 1,600 patients a day. Everyone treated through Ayurveda, herbal medicine. There are many such national institutes established around the country. Yeah, Ayush practices both in public and private sector and hospitals. Another concept was established under Ayush, is CCRS, Central Council for Research in Ayurvedic Sciences. Yeah, it's an autonomous body of Ministry of Ayush. Yeah. And it deals exclusively with the formulation, coordination for the development and promotion of research and scientific activities in Ayurveda as well as Sovarikpa, system of medicine. Under this, there are more than 500,000 registered practitioners right now, more than 13,000 government dispensaries with more than 3,000 hospitals right now, because this census was for the previous year. This time the number has increased already. It has around 42,000 beds with 225 colleges or faculties providing degrees, with 61 postgraduate centers and around 8,000 manufacturing units and 39 exclusive research institutes which look into the research and development of Ayurveda. So everything, any herbal product which is studied in these universities goes through the phases of research. Like the previous speaker, Mr. Satish, has very beautifully explained the phases of research, and this research institutes are aimed at legalization. Now, Ayurveda pharmacopoeia is being evolving since ages, like Vedic texts, which have a date of say 3000 BC to 1000 BC. If you see those texts, there are approximately 289 plants mentioned. When we come to the texts of Ayurveda, which are studied like Charaka, Shushruta, Ashtanga, Sangraha, Ashtangradaya, there are around 650 varieties of plants mentioned. These are all medicinal plants. And now, 500 to 1900 AD, the later textbooks which evolved in Ayurveda, there are around 2000 plants, herbal plants which are used as a medicine. Some studies, I would like to highlight two good studies which are undertaken by CCRS is use of Katuki or Picorrhiza curua for liver disorders. Yeah, it's a hepatoprotective herb, which is very common ingredient in many Ayurveda formulas, which are used for liver disorders. So this study was done under CCRS. They are also working on many grave disorders like HIV. Yes. How to improve the quality of life parameters in the patients with HIV, because the problem with HIV is the virus, yes, which decreases the immunity to a great extent. So what herbs can be administered to increase the immunity, which will indirectly help in reducing the complications which are caused by this virus inside the body. Now, the Indian traditional medicine, it has a flow chart. You know, in the books of Ayurveda, it is just written, this is for this, this. But now it is a very scientific process for leveraging approaches for the development of traditional medicine or Ayurveda medicine. So selection and identification is done. Then the primary screening is done to support the Ayurveda claims. There's a phytochemical profiling happening. Even the chemicals, the lead identifications and isolates, the bioactive chemical activities are noted. Because the heavy metal is a big concern, which Mr. Satish also raised. So these herbs are later screened. And this is all under GMP manufactured pharmacies. GMP is good manufacturing practices. So the Indian government has laid certain principles for pharmacies, you know, and the pharmacies have to abide to those principles in order to manufacture Ayurveda herbs. So they go through that screening process. There is a high throughout screening, and then for therapeutic potentials. And then ISM system is also considering the standardization, quality protocols, herbal therapeutics, pharmacokinetics, regulatory affairs and guidelines. Also herbal pharmacovigilance is there. Yes, you'll be amazed to hear that before 8 years, there was a pharmacovigilance center established in Gujarat, in India, exclusively for herbal medicines, Ayurveda medicine, which was looking into the side effects caused by Ayurveda medicine, herbal medicines in general. This is a very interesting study which was published in Indian Journal of Pharmacology in 2015. This study was to evaluate the effect or the usage, the perception, attitude, and the usage of complementary and alternative medicines among doctors and patients in a tertiary care hospital in India. The results are amazing. The study told the use of complementary and alternative medicines was more among doctors. Like 58% of the doctors interviewed were using this alternative medicines, complementary and alternative medicines in their daily life. 58%. The patients who were coming to those clinics, 28% were using CAM therapies for their treatment along with the conventional medicine. 37% were using more, and along with allopathic medicines, around 60% patients, they were combining the use of conventional medicine, allopathic medicine, and the herbal medicine. Now, there was a projection that the industry is growing, but the recent surveys tell that post-COVID, this industry is skyrocketing. This is just a sample figure published by Mordor Intelligence, and which tells that the market size is increasing. You can see the red dot, which was the actually projected figure of growth in the herbal industry, the Ayush and alternative medicine industry. And you can see the line above that, which is skyrocketing, which is going up and up, which is indicating that yes, there was a scope already, but it is enhanced post-COVID, and there are a lot of reasons for that. In this context of COVID-19, the market for alternative medicines of Ayurveda has been increasing due to increasing demand of immunity booster herbs. Just to give an idea of market survey, the sale of honey has gone up 45%. Chyavanprasha, it's a complex Ayurveda medicine consisting of 50 plus herbs. It went above by 85%. The demand of turmeric in India went up by 40% in Ayurveda stores. This interest was basically motivated by the recommendations from the Ministry of Ayush, which is again looking into exclusively mainstreaming of the alternative system of medicine. So traditional, complementary, and integrative medicine is the new word. Yeah, and this is coined by WHO in mid-2017. What we use now as a complementary medicine or an alternative medicine, WHO has coined a new term for it, and it is called as integrative medicine. It is to be combined with the conventional system of medicine, and that's why WHO coins this in mid-2017, telling that it has to be integrative medicine. That has to be the latest approach to all the conventional system of medicines existing in the world. So this unit, which was established under WHO, is officially referred as TCI now, traditionally, complementary, and integrative medicine. And a separate project is underway to define and understand the integration as well as integrative medicine. Now, this has to work based on a sword and a shield strategy. Both has to combine together. It has to be integrative medicine, because the conventional medicine, the modern medicine, is very good. It's like a sword. It has an offensive strategy. There is a virus, there is a bacteria, kill it. But Ayurveda has a very good defensive strategy to protect. The preventive aspects, the immunomodulating aspects of Ayurveda are very strong, or herbal medicines are very strong, and it is time tested. A medicine which existed more than 5,000 years, it needs to have that stuff within it to exist for such a long period of time. So it has a very good time tested defense strategy. So if traditional Ayurveda and conventional medicine works hand in hand, many problems of healthcare can be solved, and the biggest expenditure can be very drastically reduced, which can be used for developmental projects in many different areas.
Sorry,
if you see the evolutionary causes,
I'm sorry,
of the
Mr.
disease-
To remind you,
Yes.
5 more minutes left.
Yes, thank you. I'll finish in 5 minutes. So evolutionary causes of diseases, the prehistoric age was having diseases due to violence and malnutrition. Then came the industrial age, which was more of infectious diseases. Yes. And in this automation age, 20th century, we have 21st century, we have reduced this infectious disease to a great extent, and we are more into lifestyle diseases. And when we are into lifestyle diseases, we need something which is more of holistic in nature, which talks of holistic wellness at the level of mental, physical, emotional, intellectual, social, spiritual, occupational, and environmental aspects of wellness as well. Yes. So the time, the need, and the scope for Ayurveda in developing countries is equal. Because there's a very beautiful quote which I would like to quote here. What you really value is what you miss, not what you have. I'll repeat. What you really value is what you miss, not what you have. Traditional medicine has become an extremely valuable commodity for the world today, precisely because it provides the world with what it misses the most. And it was always a part of the Asian countries. Yes, like using jahe in Indonesia, using kunyit in Indonesia is a very common practice, which is always, and we have grown in Asia eating those herbs. But now the same herbs are sold in US in form of tablets, in form of pills, and people are buying those pills. A jahe, which is a background a plant for us in the kitchen garden, is sold in US as tablets, $8 for a bottle of kunyit tablets. Can you imagine? So you really value what you miss. They are missing that knowledge. The Asian countries have developed, have grown with that knowledge. It is there in our genes, and we have grown eating that, being with that. So the low-income developing countries miss the modern medicine. We don't have sophisticated labs. Yes, it is growing. It is there. It is growing and increasing day by day, year by year. But still, the common man cannot afford that high, costly medicines in developing countries. And high income developed countries miss this very holistic wisdom of traditional system of medicine, which is there, which we are rich with. You talk of Indonesia, you talk of India, we are rich in this holistic wisdom. Yeah. And we talk of the market as well. You know, the global complementary and alternative medicine market is always skyrocketing, and market is in billions. I'll tell you, it's in billions. Yeah, it's a report by Grandview Research Inc. Global, which tells that it's in skyrocketing chart, is going up, and the medicinal values of this alternative herb is going to increase day by day, year by year. There's a very good Vedic quote. I would like to quote that here to my audience. Ekam sat vipra bahudha vadanti. Truth is one. It is always various names. The same philosophy can be used now for, especially now, you know, in this Corona times, to help people. It's applicable to all kind of pharmaceutical systems or health systems. So let us respect all those healthcare systems which are promoting health, which are working for health and well-being of all, and wish for everyone's progress, because everyone has their own philosophy of healing human sufferings. Yes, the truth may be one, the healing truth may be one, the healing, the cause for all of us may be one, that we want to cure, we want to heal, we want to work on the well-being of everyone, every human existing. Ways can be many. With these few words, I would like to wonderful chance to speak to this wonderful audience online via Zoom app. And with these few words, I would like to thank everyone. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, Mr. Abhishek. Presentasinya sangat menarik. Terima kasih banyak. Don't go, yeah, stay in the room because we are going to continue with our last presenter. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the last presentation with our last presenter, presenter number 4. The speaker's name is Associate Professor Hani Lovelin Abontil Erandi, MSPH. She is from Central Escolar University, Manila, Philippines. Mrs. Hani Lovelin, are you with us? Mrs. Hani Lovelin Abontil, are you with us or not? Please turn on your video. You may start your video because time is for your presentation. There is a symbol under your screen, a symbol of video. You press the symbol of video, then you can share your video. Can you unmute yourself? Oh yeah, there is a chat from Mrs. Bontil. She asked us to present her video. I have very unstable internet. Play the video I sent through Mr. Ando. Ibu Ira, can you help me with the video? Yeah, we are still preparing the video. Hopefully, we will get the video in a moment and we will share for you all. Yeah, there's another chat from Mrs. Honey Loplin. I cannot present via Zoom as I keep getting kicked out from the system. My internet is very unstable. I'm very sorry. I can have join later for the question and answer. Mrs. Honey Loplin has sent the video to Mr. Ando, but the committee has contacted, but still not got the video yet. Yeah, while we are preparing, the video is coming. It is better for us to start question and answer session. The question is for Mrs. Abhishek. Mr. Abhishek, are you with us? Can you listen to me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, please start your video. Okay, now we open questions and answer session. For the audience, you may ask your question by raising your hand. And for the participant online, you may also make your question by writing your question in chat section. Oh yeah, I would like to greet the participants. Here, everybody. The participant is not only here in this room, but we have also some other participants online. Yeah. Thank you very much for joining in our Zoom link, everybody out there in virtual meeting. Thank you very much for your participation. Okay, we open the question for the audience here while we are waiting for the online question. Microphone. Yeah, the question is for Mr. Abhishek. Your question, your name, and then where you are from. Stand up, please.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abhishek. Namaste for you. Thank you very much for this good opportunity. Let me introduce myself. My name is Nadia Priyadi. I'm come from Lubuk Linggau. I'm very interested about the Ayurveda, and I search in the Google and the other literature about the Ayurveda. There is very good of Ayurveda. There is a very holistic mind, body, and soul in Ayurveda. The question is, how long we spend our time to study about Ayurveda? And in the Ayurveda, we know about 5 elements: water, earth, fire, and ether. Would you mind to tell me about the combine of 5 elements? That's we call it dosa, Pitta, Pakha, the dosa. I would like to know about that. What is the dosa and how to work? How to Ayurveda work? Does work in to improve our or increase our health and bolster our immune in pandemic like this. Thank you, Mr.
Yeah, question from one of the participant here, Mr. Abhishek.
Yeah, thank you for this very important question. Very nice question. And as I understand, you already know something about Ayurveda.
Sorry.
When you're talking, I can take a class another half an hour on this to answer this question. But just to give you a short idea about the 5 elements, the first question was about study. The basic graduation study of Ayurveda is 5.5 years. It's a graduation study, 5.5 years, which happens in India. And if you are further interested, there is post-graduation also. As I mentioned, it is 3 years of study. And then very few people go for a PhD in Ayurveda also. That is around 2.5 to 5 years of study. So almost, I have studied 11.5 years of Ayurveda with all the degrees I have. But basically 5.5 years is the graduation program, after which you are an Ayurveda doctor. Yes. Coming to the second question of 5 elements, these 5 elements are basically existing in every part of the body, every organ of the body, just to make you understand about one system, say digestive system. Yeah. And we have all these elements, earth, water, fire, air, and space. The earth is actually of what it is made up of, the solid structure. The digestive system has a structure which is made up of earth element. Then there is a lot of water in it. Yes, like the digestive fluids. Yeah, you see nasi campur, and is that your favorite dish? Yeah, jadi makan suka nasi campur atau apa biasa dari Lambang, saya tidak tahu.
Nasi Padang.
Pardon?
Nasi Padang.
Nasi Padang. Okay, so Nasi Padang is the favorite dish in Palembang, and you see Nasi Padang coming to you, your mouth starts salivating. Yes, the water element. And this saliva is not a bad thing, it's a good thing. It helps in the digestive process. Most of the carbohydrates are digested by salivary amylase, which is secreted in the mouth. So the water element. The fire element, the gastric juices secreted in the system to digest. Yeah, the gastric juice secreted in the stomach is powerful enough to digest the whole body. Yes, because there is a mucosal lining, it cannot digest the human body. Yeah, so this is the fire element. Very strong fire is existing within you. Yes, then the air element. Yeah, air element is related to, say, peristalsis. Yeah, like when you eat food, you can control the food only until your throat. Once you gulp the food, tidak ada control. Ya, tidak bisa bilang, oh okay, perut kerja selesai, langsung ke usus besar, usus kecil. Ya, ini nggak bisa. So you cannot order your food. It happens naturally by a movement, which is called as peristalsis. This is nothing but the air element, which is moving everywhere. And finally, the space element. Space element is the empty stomach. You know, you are hungry. Yeah, sudah ada waktu untuk makan siang. So you are hungry. So you have to put some food inside. To put that food inside, you should have some space inside. The space element. Yes. So these 5 elements are there in our whole system. In every cell we tell these 5 elements dominate. These 5 elements make the concept of 3 doshas, or the 3 bioenergies which sustain human body. Yeah, which are the energies which help to sustain this body. Yes. So I think this was the second question. And third question is about health, how it works. Ayurveda basically believes in the human intelligence, the cellular intelligence. Body has a natural capacity to heal itself. Like if you have a fracture, jadi ada patah tulang, it will heal automatically. It can join in a bad position. So body has this healing capacity. Body has this innate immunity. And this immunity concept is very difficult to understand even for modern researchers. They are still studying. Still new concepts of immunity are coming. And when a time like COVID is there, the whole world is in a big doubt. Where is the concept of immunity? Where is the concept of vaccination? Where is the concept of medication existing? We are so much developed. We are talking to going on Mars and settling on Mars. Yeah. But on Earth, on planet Earth, we are in a lockdown. We cannot move around because of a virus which is less than half gram. If you compare the total virus, the coronavirus, which is existing in the whole world, it is less than half gram, and everything is shut. Yes. So the time has come really to think about inner intelligence. Yeah. Many people are suffering from corona having nothing. Yeah, they have gone through this phase. I have many patients who had corona, and I suggested them herbal remedies, and nothing happened. Yes. So I don't claim that it can cure, but definitely these herbal remedies which are there around you, it will help you to increase this innate immunity, the internal immunity, which has a very good resistance power to any foreign body entering the system. So Ayurveda is all about believing in that innate immunity, enhancing, supporting that innate immunity to work more effectively in the body. This is how it works. I hope I answered your questions.
Oke, terima kasih. Mr. Panali, apakah menjawab pertanyaan? Saya kira iya ya. Okay, I'm so sorry due to time, Mr. Abhishek, we cannot continue with the second question from other participants. Thank you for your presentation. We continue with presenting certificate and souvenir for you, Mr. Abhishek. Don't go away. This video on for you. Yeah, Mr. Abhishek, this is the virtual certificate we would like to share, and then the real one and the souvenir will be presented by Pak Lukman, our Vice Director for Students, Alumni and Collaboration Affairs. Pak Lukman, please. Yeah, this is the certificate for you. Terima kasih banyak.
Terima kasih.
And then one more. This is very special one from Palembang. Kain songket, bukan kain sari tapi ya kain songket. We will deliver, we will send the souvenir certificate to your house, and then we need your address for the delivery. Thank you very much, Mr. Abhishek. There is something I quote from your presentation. What you have is what you miss. What you really value is what you miss, not what you have. It is very inspiring statement from you. Thank you very much, Mr. Abhishek. Hopefully we can continue our collaboration in other field of study, in other aspects in the future. Thank you again. Goodbye. Yeah, for the last presenter, again, there is a technical problem with the connection. The presenter must be This presenter is from Manila, Philippines. Associate Professor Hani Lovelin Arbontel R&D MSPH, but she could not join us because of very unstable connection in her country. She sent us the video and we can play the video and the participant can get the knowledge, the information by watching the video. Please play the video.
Hello, everyone. A pleasant day to all of you who are participating in this event. It is such a pleasure to be with you in this virtual conference for some information sharing. Thank you, Budu Luhur International Network for Education, for inviting us in this endeavor. I am here to represent the School of Nutrition and Hospitality Management of the Centro Escolar University in Manila, Philippines. My name is Hani Bontile. I am a registered nutritionist dietitian and the program head of Nutrition and Dietetics. For today, my task is to deliver a message about this very interesting topic on poverty and malnutrition and how alleviating one can benefit the other. Over the years, debates on poverty and its connection with health and nutrition has been going on. Whether poverty leads to ill health or whether poor nutrition is a precursor of poverty. It's basically like the famous chicken or egg paradox. Which really comes first? And although there are several scientific evidences that currently backs up both arguments, the fact remains the same. Poverty and ill health, along with poor nutrition, almost always coexist. So for the purpose of this talk, I will be focusing my presentation on the intertwined link between poverty and malnutrition. Next, I will also discuss the poverty as a cause of malnutrition, as well as its consequence of malnutrition, and relate it in the Philippine context before and amid the COVID-19 pandemic. And lastly, I will be sharing with you some of the goals and plans of the Philippines, including some of the actions that are already underway in order to address this interrelated concern. By definition, poverty is a state or condition in which a person or a community lacks the financial means to attain the minimum standard of living. Poverty is recognized as a multifaceted concept, not just about a lack of income, but also as a matter of insufficient or inappropriate earning capacities in relation to poor health, ignorance, and lack of power and voice. Malnutrition is defined as a group of conditions related to poor quality or inadequate amount of nutrient intake, absorption, or utilization. It encompasses all forms of poor nutrition, whether it is caused by an excess nutrient consumption, which is leading to obesity, or caused by inadequate nutrient intake that leads to wasting and stunting, both of which is very common among those suffering from extreme and prolonged hunger. Now, this figure here shows the characteristics of poverty and how it can greatly contribute to the development of poor health outcomes and to the spread of disease. Poverty undermines the effectiveness of health services and slows down population control. And we also know for a fact that morbidity and disability among the poor and disadvantaged groups leads to a vicious spiral of marginalization, keeping them in a poverty state, and in turn to increased ill health. One of the greatest challenges that the humanity is facing at this time is still about eradicating poverty in all its forms. And while the number of people living in extreme poverty dropped by more than half between the year 1990 and 2015, many are still struggling for the most basic human needs. Now, the Sustainable Development Goals, which we know are the bold commitment in order to finish what has been started in the Millennium Development Goals, and its goal is still to end poverty in all forms and dimensions by year 2030. Poverty is a complex phenomenon which is rooted in an array of factors and conditions, many of which extend beyond the control of the health sector, according to Williamson in 2001. The number of people living in absolute poverty and despair is growing steadily, and improving the health and longevity of the poor has always been a fundamental goal of economic development. But it is also a means to achieving the other developmental goals relating to poverty reduction. Now, this diagram illustrates a two-way link that exists between malnutrition and poverty, creating a vicious cycle with each other. Malnutrition is a universal issue with different forms, and poverty has been accused as the main and principal cause of malnutrition, but at the same time, undernutrition might deepen the influence of poverty and entrap individuals and societies in what is known as the cycle of poverty. Poverty alone does not lead to malnutrition, but it seriously affects the availability of adequate amounts of nutritious food for the most vulnerable populations. Now, the interconnected nature of poverty and malnutrition demonstrates the complexities in identifying major determinants of health as they relate to food security. Without a direct cause or consequence of malnutrition, the development of effective interventions to improve health and nutritional status poses as an even greater challenge. Here, we look at the framework development by the UNICEF. This framework simply demonstrates that the underlying causes of malnutrition are multifaceted, which includes economic, social, and political factors. We can see that poverty is recognized as both a cause and consequence of malnutrition. Poverty reduction is not a feature that can be accomplished by any one person in any one sector, because poverty is rooted in many socio-environmental conditions. And we know that it calls for a community-based, multi-sectoral approach, which is similar with malnutrition. We know malnutrition is involved in multiple and interrelated determinants, and a similarly intricate series of multifaceted and multi-sectoral approaches are also required. Poverty as a cause of malnutrition. Income poverty could be brought by unemployment, low wages, lack of education, can lead to household food insecurity, inadequate care, unhealthy household environment, and lack of health services. People of low socioeconomic status are the most vulnerable ones to food insecurity because their purchasing power, or since the purchasing power serves as the main determinant of the ability to afford nutritional food sources. And households that cannot attain these nutritional foods or nutritious foods because of income poverty are the most afflicted or the most associated with inadequate diet and disease that leads to malnutrition. Severe malnutrition can result in many disease-related consequences, and effects on morbidity, mortality, and disability all contribute to increase healthcare cost. Low-income households usually spend the most or the majority of total household income on food. They spend most of their money just for food. And in these cases, even the lowest out-of-the-pocket healthcare service can severely diminish the remaining income to be used for food supply, which further perpetuates the issue of food insecurity. The international poverty line is the monetary threshold under which an individual is considered to be living in poverty. The current international poverty line set by the World Bank using the 2011 purchasing power parity conversion factor is at $1.90 per day. Therefore, households with a per capita income or expenditure less than the standard poverty line are defined as being poor. Living on $1.90 a day might seem impossible in a developed country, but the World Bank estimates that 10% of the world's population, or about 760 million people, face this reality, and these people live in what the World Bank calls extreme poverty. In the Philippines, according to the Asian Development Bank Basic Statistics Report, 16% of the population lived below the national poverty line as of 2018. And there is a proportion of employed population that is below the $1.90 purchasing power parity, and they are falling at 2.7%. And as of 2019, the total unemployment rate is at 2.2%. Alongside the rising concern on income poverty is a disturbing situation where 31.4% of children and a staggering 63.1% of girls and boys in autonomous region of Muslim Mindanao live below the poverty line. And 28 children die before they even reach the age of 5 due to wasting brought about by the lack of food. And the lack of income can have more adverse impacts on them because, unlike adults, children are still in certain developmental stages where proper nourishment is necessary and are most vulnerable to diseases. The International Poverty Line sets the income level as a prime indicator for poverty. However, the conceptualization of poverty should not be limited to average income and wealth, but should also encompass various other deprivations that are often experienced by people living in poverty. In 2010, the Oxford Poverty and Human Development Initiative in the United Nations Development Program created the Global Multidimensional Poverty Index, or the MPI, as an international measure of acute poverty, covering about or over 100 developing countries. And this global MPI highlights the use of multiple indicators to account for various concerns that people experience as a consequence of poverty. This MPI looks beyond income to be able to understand how people experience poverty in multiple and simultaneous ways. It identifies how people are being left behind across 3 key dimensions, including health, education, and standard of living, which comprises about 10 indicators. People who experience deprivation in at least 1/3 of these weighted indicators fall into the category of multidimensionally poor. In the Philippine context, the Philippine Statistics Authority released on November 2018 the Multidimensional Poverty Index based on an initial methodology following the Alkire-Foster method. This MPI serves to complement the income-based measure of poverty. And in this initial methodology, 13 indicators were identified across 4 dimensions, which includes education, health and nutrition, housing, water and sanitation, and lastly, employment. The Philippine National MPI shows that the education dimension had the largest contribution to overall deprivation at 36.5% and 36.9% in 2016 and 2017, followed by the health and nutrition dimension with a contribution of 26.2% in 2016 and 27.5% in 2017. Though hunger had the least incidence, there was a notable increase in incidence of deprivation from 2016 and 2017. At the launch of the Philippine Poverty Assessment Report, the World Bank mentioned that the Philippines can overcome poverty. And the reason for this optimism is that from 2006 to 2015, robust economic growth helped the poverty rate in the Philippines to fall by 5 percentage points. So poverty declined from 26.6% in 2006 to 21.6% in 2015. The contributing factors for this decline in poverty were the expansion of jobs outside agriculture, government transfers in particular to qualified poor families through the Pantawid Pamilya Pilipino program or the PPP, and the remittances from the overseas Filipino workers. While the Philippines has experienced success in reducing poverty, there are still remaining challenges, and the Philippines need to do more to end poverty. There are still about 22 million poor Filipinos, and these poor families most often live in rural areas with limited access to quality schools, health centers, and safe drinking water, not to mention in need of better roads and transportation that will help them to go to their jobs or bring their produce to the market. Now, what can we do to end the poverty? Extreme hunger and malnutrition remain a huge barrier to development, not just in the Philippines, but also in other countries. The SDGs aim to end all forms of hunger and malnutrition by 2030, making sure that all, especially children, have sufficient and nutritious food all year. And this involves promoting sustainable agricultural, supporting small-scale farmers, and equal access to land, technology, and markets. It also requires international cooperation to ensure investment in infrastructure and technology to improve agricultural productivity. You see, after decades of steady decline, as measured by the prevalence of undernourishment or population below minimum level of dietary energy consumption, the trend in world hunger has slightly reverted. Hunger and malnutrition relate closely with the state of food security. When all people at all times have physical and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. The definition underscores the multidimensionality of food security, including the interaction between food systems, nutrition, and health. Unfortunately, food security, especially among the poor, has been weakened primarily by restrictive trade policies and low farm productivity and income. The United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization report showed that the Philippines recorded the most number of food insecure people in Southeast Asia in 2017 up to 2019, with 59 million Filipinos suffering from moderate to severe lack of consistent access to food. The number of severe and moderately food insecure Filipinos climbed from 44.9 million as recorded in 2014 to 2016. Many Filipinos suffer from lack of food or poor diets despite the rising food availability. This is because of inadequate access to food due to high poverty and low income, especially among the rural population that are generally engaged in agriculture. Higher food prices exacerbate the situation. While we know that as income rises or food prices fall, malnutrition declines. However, raising incomes is not a guarantee to ending hunger and malnutrition. Even among those at the top wealth quintile, malnutrition levels of children remain elevated. Food security, as defined by the Food and Agriculture Organization, is a situation that exists where all people have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food that meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy lifestyle at all times. It exists in 4 dimensions, which includes food availability, economic and physical access to food, food utilization, and stability over time. The economy of the Philippines is heavily dependent on agriculture. Most of what constitutes food security in the country depends on the agricultural sector. Therefore, challenges faced by Filipino farmers and fishermen often have a detrimental effect on food security in the country. One of the biggest challenges to accessing food in the Philippines is the lack of income due to unemployment. This problem is especially prevalent in the southern island group of Mindanao, where 9 of the 16 poorest provinces lie. On the other hand, proper food utilization ensures that consumed food must have a positive nutritional impact on the people and people must be informed of storage and hygiene practices, individual health and water sanitation, and feeding and sharing practices. Again, the challenge posed for this aspect of food security in the Philippines is income. In a country with the highest food prices in the region, only those with a sufficient income will be able to afford nutritious food. Those with lower incomes will have to settle for something less costly or sometimes with no food at all. Food insecurity leads to hunger, and hunger, when persistent, can lead to undernutrition, illnesses, and lower work productivity later in life. This can have negative effects on the economic productivity of countries. Food insecurity can also be measured through the household's experience of episodes of anxiety over food sources and experience of hunger. Hunger, as we know, is strongly interconnected with poverty, and people living in poverty frequently face household food insecurity, use inappropriate care practices, and live in unsafe environments that have low access to quality water, sanitation and hygiene, and inadequate access or availability to health services and education, all of which contribute to hunger. Over the past years, the Philippines, being located in the middle of the Pacific, has experienced several threats to food security. Food supply has been gravely affected by a string of natural calamities that have rendered farmer crops unusable, while problems caused by the lack of adequate infrastructure have posed an unnecessary and formidable challenge to fears. Now, this COVID-19 pandemic has worsened the food insecurity in the country, given that there has been limited access to food. According to the latest National Mobile Phone Survey, the proportion of families experiencing involuntary hunger, hunger due to lack of food to eat, well, at least once in the past 3 months, reached a new record high of 30.7%, or an estimated 7.6 million households. This is according to the Social Weather Station's survey. The 30.7% hunger rate in September 2020 is a sum of 22%, or an estimated 5.5 million families who experienced moderate hunger, and 8.7%, which is an estimated 2.2 million families who experienced severe hunger. From this slide, we can also see that hunger is always higher from the lowest socioeconomic status. And in this survey, socioeconomic status was proxied by the respondents' educational attainment. This is because during the time when the survey was being done, the phone interviewer was unable to rate the SES of the household visually by the appearance of the dwelling and the neighborhood. The most recent Social Weather Station's national survey, conducted in September 2020, reported that adult joblessness remains very high at 39.5%, though there was a 6-point decline from the record high 45.5% in July 2020. The estimated numbers of jobless adults were 23.7 million in September 2020 and 27.3 million in July 2020. The survey also found that 14% adult Filipinos lost their job during the COVID-19 crisis. This is about 2 out of 5, or 39%, among those with no job or livelihood at the time of the interview, but they had one before. On the other hand, 22% lost their job before the crisis, 12% never had a job before the crisis, and 52% had a job at the time of the survey. The SWS report, or the Social Weather Station's report, also showed that hunger rises sharply among the jobless. Compared to July 2020, the families experiencing involuntary hunger, or hunger due to lack of food to eat at least once in the past 3 months, increased among those with no job or livelihood by 13 points, from 25.4% to 38.3%. Among those who never had a job, it was up by 14 points from 24.2% to 38.4%. And among those with a job, it was up by 7 points from 17% to 24%. Poverty as a consequence of malnutrition. Many adults living in low-income countries cannot afford to be sick because healthcare costs are high, transportation costs to health facilities accumulate, and taking days off work means lost productivity and lost wages. Undernutrition is a major underlying cause of illness and disease, and one that contributes to additional healthcare spending. So clearly, malnutrition can deepen the influence of poverty and entraps individuals and societies in the cycle of poverty. While food is important for the nutrition of children, nutrition goes beyond mere feeding programs. Increased vulnerability to diseases due to poor health-seeking behavior, incomplete immunization, poor hygiene and care practices, inadequate diet, both in quantity and quality, causes undernutrition in early childhood. In the Philippines, the immunization coverage between 2013 and 2015 fell sharply from 89 to 60%, and about 33% of children are stunted or short for their age because of malnutrition. Stunting, as we know, has an irreversible damage to nutrition and health. It could also be fatal. Malnutrition has both micro and macro level consequences. Micronutrient deficiencies impair individual cognitive capacity and lower national IQ scores. They weaken individual immune systems and increase national mortality rates, and they hinder individual productivity, lowering national income and inhibiting economic growth. Macroscopically, the long-term consequences of malnutrition are daunting to overall economic and social development. Disruption in education is a factor that contributes to the cycle of poverty, as it leads to restricted income earning potential. We know that many adult men living in low-income countries rely on manual labor to be able to earn an income. However, with reduced lean body mass and symptoms of fatigue could be brought about by iron deficiency can lead to poor work performance and limited productivity. Iron deficiency has been recognized as a barrier to economic development because it impairs the work performance of innumerable men and women. In some countries, adult iron deficiency contributes to an estimated loss of up to 2% of the national GDP. According to the UNICEF Philippines, the economic impact of malnutrition is equivalent to $4.5 billion a year, or 3% of GDP annually. And these amounts represent healthcare costs, as well as lost productivity and lost opportunities of the country's future workforce. The country loses 220 billion per year, or about 1.5% of GDP, because of malnutrition. And stunting alone contributes to more than 50% of the economic costs of undernutrition. Based on the latest National Nutrition Survey conducted by the Food and Nutrition Research Institute, 5.8% Filipino under 5 children are wasted or thin for height, 28.8% are stunted or short for age. Many Filipino children are also suffering from micronutrient deficiencies, also known as hidden hunger, particularly in vitamin A deficiency, iron deficiency, zinc, and iodine. Many Filipinos, both young and adults, experience overweight and obesity. And of the identified overweight and obese groups, 2.9% are under 5 years old, 8% are between 5 to 10 years old, 9.8% are adolescents, and 36% are adults. Every day, 95% in the Philippines die from malnutrition, and about 29,000 under 5 children die every year due to undernutrition. The number of malnourished children is increasing because of poverty, neglect, and stigma. A third of Filipino children are stunted or short for their age. Stunting after 2 years of age can be permanent, irreversible, and even fatal. And with the pandemic, malnutrition among Filipino children has even worsened. The COVID-19 pandemic did not only create a situation that posed challenges to the implementation of nutrition programs for severely malnourished children, the operations of health centers have also been disrupted. And worse, it has resulted to the inability of families to meet their basic food requirements due to income losses. The situation of these children and their families is further aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic, as they have to stay in the cramped spaces where there is limited access to water, clean toilets, and hygiene facilities, and making it difficult to comply with health protocols of frequent hand washing and physical distancing. With the consequences of malnutrition leading to poverty, the Philippines aim to end all forms of malnutrition and to protect the first 1,000 days of a child, as it is a critical period for growth and development years. Ending hunger and preventing malnutrition will not only protect child from stunting and its irreversible consequences, but it can also prevent the future of this generation, from having an impaired cognitive development because the brain did not receive proper nourishment. Combating malnutrition will not only create healthy individuals, good nutrition also provides a positive impact in the country's economy by making its Filipino children, the future generation, 10 times more likely to overcome diseases, complete their education, be a healthier adult, and have a healthier families, and have the capability to earn more as adults. Thus, the Philippines shall remain committed in adopting the Global 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, anchored with the goals of the Philippine Development Plan, and working together with the Scaling Up Nutrition Networks. This is by ensuring that all people, especially the poor and those in vulnerable situations, can have access to nutritious and sufficient food and achieve better nutrition. The Philippine Plan of Action for Nutrition, otherwise known as the PPAN, is a country's framework of action for nutrition improvement. And in order to achieve target outcomes, a mix of nutrition-specific and nutrition-sensitive programs will be implemented together with those that will create an enabling environment. Note that there is a set of what we call the nutrition supportive programs that include immunization, food and agriculture system programs, and projects that impact on food supply, conditional cash transfer, and health insurance. These programs are not included in the PPAN 2017-2022 because these programs were not designed to contribute directly to nutritional outcomes. The PPAN will address nutrition-specific programs that address the immediate causes of malnutrition, specifically inadequate food and poor nutrient quality, poor maternal and child caring practices. Complementing these nutrition-specific interventions are nutrition-sensitive projects. Now, these are the development projects that were tweaked to produce nutritional outcomes. Tweaking can be done by targeting households with undernourished children or nutritionally vulnerable groups, or targeting areas with high levels of malnutrition, or being a channel for delivering nutrition-specific interventions. The nutrition-sensitive programs will include infant and young child feeding, integrated management of acute malnutrition, national dietary supplementation program, micronutrient supplementation of vitamin A, iron, folic acid, multiple micronutrient powder with zinc, and the implementation of a mandatory food fortification, particularly rice with iron, flour with vitamin A and iron, sugar and cooking oil with vitamin A, and salt with iodine. For PPAN 2017 and 2022, these are the initially identified specific programs that will be tweaked to contribute more directly to nutritional outcomes. These nutrition-sensitive programs are in coordination with other government agencies, and other or additional programs or projects can be identified along the way. On January 2020, President Duterte signed Executive Order 101, creating an interagency task force on zero hunger, recognizing that involuntary hunger, food security, undernutrition, and child wasting, stunting, and mortality continue to be a serious concern in the country. The task force will be assigned in various government agencies to formulate a national food policy which will outline national priorities based on a comprehensive understanding of the problem of hunger and related issues, and will provide a roadmap for achieving zero hunger, taking into consideration existing laws and issuances, as well as international law and treaty obligations. As a contribution to the Zero Hunger Task Force, the Department of Health, through its arm agency, the National Nutrition Council, will further focus on the first 1,000 days of a child to strategically prevent new cases of stunting while addressing all cases of wasting among under 5. The National Nutrition Council will also focus on the key priority nutrition interventions and human development and poverty reduction cluster priority provinces. We'll also focus on developing enabling mechanisms such as formulation of relevant policies and orders, capacity building of various stakeholders, and research activities shall be intensified. Another thing is that in partnership with various groups and networks, the National Nutrition Council will also establish a strengthened partnerships with the scaling up nutrition networks, such as the civil society, business network, the academe network, donors, and also development partners. In this sense, I would like to end my talk and leave you with a message saying nutrition is an excellent investment. Improved nutrition empowers people and it empowers communities. In doing so, it fuels the development process and leads to poverty reduction. Improved nutrition is central to improved income generation, poverty reduction, and more rapid development. Empowered and well-nourished individuals, as well as communities, are also less likely to be drawn into conflict with all its tragic consequences. So, I hope that this presentation gave us some light. Thank you very much for listening. Have a great day.
Check. Okay, dear ladies and gentlemen, Alhamdulillah, all session plenary session 1 and plenary session 2 for the keynote speakers has been finished and running well. Thank you very much to all keynote speakers for having shared your knowledge and ideas. I would also like to thank to all the organizing committee for your very hard work, for your contribution and your commitment. And thanks to all participants for your coming to this venue. And also thanks to participants for staying online virtually. My name is Ihsan. I'm sorry for any mistake. I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings during this session. Thank you very much for your very good attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Applause for everybody here. Bapak Ibu, kami menyiapkan hidangan makan siang di pojok belakang. Silakan untuk diambil. Sudah ya? Oh sudah.
yang kedua, we would like to invite our moderator this session, Ibu Listriana, SPD MKes.
Adapun CV dari Ibu Listriana SPD MKes lahir di Jarai 4 Februari 1964. Pendidikan terakhir S2 Kesehatan Masyarakat di Stikes Bina Husada Palembang. Dan beliau bekerja di Poltekkes Kemenkes Palembang sejak tahun 1988.
Ibu Listriana, SPD MKes, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for our Master of Ceremony to give me chance for service in this seminar. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the International Conference on Health, Social Science and Technology, ICoHSST at the Zuri Hotel Palembang 2020. So, how are you today, guys? Right. Thank you. Keep your spirit. Yeah. Right. I hope that's all of the people follow in this event in good condition. Well, ladies and gentlemen, before we show our presentation, let me invite our presenter first. In the first presenter is Dr. Tony Curtis Maigoda MKes, MA. Please come on stage. Take a seat, please, sir. Okay. For the second presenter is Dr. Anderson Limar Mangunsong, APT MKes. Please come on the stage, sir. For the third presenter is Dr. Ira Kusumawati, MKes MPH. Please sit down, ma'am. For the fourth presenter is Dr. Yuli Hartati, SPD MSc. Take a seat, please, ma'am. In the fifth presenter is Dr. Maksuk, SKM MKes. Okay, for the last presenter is Dr. Fitri Noviadi, MKes. Come in on the stage, please. Okay, before we start the presentation, I would like to describe the sequence of this plenary session. This session will be divided into two sessions. The first one, the presenters will be presented their topic one by one, around for the first presenter around 25 minutes, and another presenter about the 10 minutes. In the second one, we have the discussion forum around 25 minutes. So now I will invite Mr. Dr. Tony Curtis Maigoda, SKMMA, to present his topic with a title is An Approach Model Strategy in Combating Poverty and Malnutrition in Urban Areas. Okay. Before we begin to the presentation, I would like to read his CV a little. He have education background. The first one, Academic of Nutrition Health Department in West Sumatra at 1987. And the second one, Public Health Faculty, University of Indonesia in Jakarta, 1996. And the third, Interprofessional Health and Community Care, Bournemouth University, Auckland, in 2003. In the last, Human Ecology Faculty, PhD program in Human Nutrition, doctoral, and 2018 in Bogor Agricultural University. I think time for Mr. Tony, please, to give us the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I hope all of us should be healthy and keep spirit. I just want to improve my educational background. Yeah. For the third educational background is not from Auckland, but from United Kingdom, England. Yeah, Bournemouth University. And the last is from Bogor Agricultural University, ITT, in human nutrition. Okay, this slide, please. Okay, for the next 20 or 25 minutes in advance, I would like to present maybe a little bit similar with Professor from the Philippines, but mainly focus on strategy. Okay. How to bridge multi-sector approach. Yeah. The first one. Yeah. To achieve the malnutrition reduction through health investment. How we do that? Next, please. Yeah, this is my outline. Yeah, I would like to explore the magnitude of malnutrition in the world. Secondly, direct and indirect factors of malnutrition. And then we are now in the pandemic area. I should say something, malnutrition in pandemic area. And then conclusion and the last recommendation. And I have also 5 minutes for tips to all of you, a video related to the COVID-19. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay. Next slide, please. Harus itu dia. Oh, lambat. Oke. Waduh, cepat kan? Kamu sana aja lah. Sana aja. Ya. It's confusing. Okay. This is the situation hunger in the world. Yeah. We can see from the slide say that hunger and malnutrition kill more people every year than HIV/AIDS, malaria, and tuberculosis combined. We have to realize this condition. Yeah. One child dies every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds from hunger-related causes. More than 800 million people know what it is like to go to bed hungry. Most of them are women and children. Sleep without eat any day. Yeah. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. We'll see the magnitude across the globe. Yeah. More than 600 million obese. Yeah. 156 million children are stunted. Too short for age. This is a national problem in Indonesia right now. And also in Palembang, also in Bengkulu. Yeah. 452 million adults are underweight. 50 million children are wasted. Too thin for height. Ada yang kurus, ya, tapi tinggi. Ada yang pendek tapi gemuk. 42 million children under age of 5 years are overweight or obese. It's a global world. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. Malnutrition, susceptibility, yeah, and severity of lead to infection, and thus a major component of illness and death from disease. Malnutrition is consequently the most important risk factor for the burden direct cause of about 300,000 deaths per year, and is directly responsible for about half of the deaths in young children. We can see the figure. Yeah. Malnutrition is a global public health problem in developing countries, including Indonesia. Yeah. Child malnutrition is a public health problem with far-reaching implications. Malnutrition is considered to be the most important risk factor for the disease and death globally, and associated with 52.5% of all death in children. If our children obese from till the early life, it could be continued to the adult phase and will lead to degenerative disease. Next slide, please. So there are many definitions. WHO, from Syria Syndrome. Malnutrition can be defined as an impairment of health resulting from deficiency or excess or imbalanced nutrient. It can be classified further into under and over nutrition. slide, please. According to WHO, yeah, pointed out that or define or clarify or mention malnutrition is as deficiency, excess or imbalance personal intake of energy and or specific nutrient in relation to the requirement. They cannot meet the requirement. This is the main problem of our nation today. Yeah. There are many starving. There are many low-income community are not able to pay to buy food. Yeah. Low power of purchasing. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. So, this is a figure too. There are many classified of marasmus. Yeah. As a dietitian, as a nutritionist, have already known about this. Marasmus, kwashiorkor, micronutrient deficiencies. Yeah. They're also related to the poverty. Yeah. The base problem. It becomes low status little education of women and war, natural disaster, severe disorder, including tsunami, earthquake. Yeah. There are many general disasters could be influenced to the availability of food in household. How could we interfere? How could we overcome this problem? Don't talk about human resources. If you want to talk about human resources, we talk about before pregnancy. Next. This is the old theories, but still exists till now. Many scientists, especially dietitians, already know about this figure. Yeah, this is an inadequate dietary intake directly lead to malnutrition. How about political resources? This one. How come to be interfered until malnutrition? I asked to my student, how could you answer that? Pilkada. There are many, what can I say? Run to get gold in order to win. Can I say? They forgot something. Yeah. They forgot about malnutrition. Nobody cares about malnutrition anymore. Next slide. Okay. UNICEF, this is an organization who is responsible for managing children in the world. The main causes of childhood malnutrition can be categorized into three main underlying factors which are household food insecurity. Insecurity, it means there is no food to be eaten. And adequate care and a healthy household environment, lack of health care services. At the end, directly at the end of this is I found from other journal, corruption practices. Yeah. And food and life expectancy as seen in corruption clean countries, even though in clean countries, good governance still exists corruption. Will interfere, yeah, the program because we need the finance to support the program. Next. It's almost it's a vicious cycle. Lingkaran setan. A growing understanding of vicious cycle interaction between malnutrition, infection, and intestinal dysfunction. As we know that inflammation in immune exhaustion is from the malnutrition in growth is decline, growth retardation, because nutrient requirement doesn't meet, yeah, the allowances, nutrient availability, yeah. Specific immune function cannot work properly. Yeah. Adaptive immune system and innate immune system, cell T lymphocyte and cell B lymphocyte can do not work properly. Next slide, please. Okay. Let's talk about infection cycle that come from inadequate dietary intake. Weight loss growth, altering lower immunity, physical damage. Disease, incident, duration, and severity. This is not talk about mild, severity, keganasan, keseriusan. Appetite loss, tidak ada nafsu makan. Nutrient loss, malabsorption, alter metabolism. What's wrong with our immune system? Immune permanently affected by nutrition, by malnutrition. They must from T cell in our sore throat and cell B from our bone marrow, sum-sum tulang belakang. He helper cytokine, 2 helper 1 cytokine, drop and out. Next slide, please. What about the organ function? Yeah, we little bit about talk in detail. Organ system involved in human. Severe malnutrition can affect several organ systems. So our students should know this. It's just a little bit advanced. The functional impairment in this system had been categorized, but the underlying mechanism have not been fully elucidated. we can see that reduced B cell function, impair hepatic, impair cardiac function, lethargy, impair thyroid function, respiration tract infection, alter immune function, impair micronutrient absorption, intestinal infection, changes in microbiota, chronic inflammation, and loss of skin integrity. Those of these factors could be lead to all organ imbalance. Next, please. Okay. How about the digestion? Low gastric acid induced bacterial overgrowth, the small intestine, and contributor to malnutrition in the bowel. We can look at protein, carbohydrate, lipids inside the body, jejunum, colon, stomach. Yeah. Malnutrition tropical spheroid environmental enteropathy, small intestine bacterial overgrowth, and malnutrition. That's the signal, red signal, inflamed in the stomach. How could they grow well in this condition? We should inside the whole body, from the digestive system and all of the organs. It doesn't enough to know this is kwashiorkor, this is marasmus. We have to detect in detail in the organ function, in the digestive function. What's to be done? What's happening? Next one. Metabolic changes, malnutrition. We have known already about severe wasting and kwashiorkor. There are a different kind of what will happen inside the body, inside the mitochondrial malfunction, inside the cell. Because I'm coming from the human nutrition, we learn much more about biomolecular system. Is there any difference? We know kwashiorkor is like, yeah, yeah, please, okay, yeah. Severe wasting, yeah. Sangat kurus. There is no fat anymore. There is no adipose. The reduced secretion of insulin leads to lipolytic and proteolytic response, and the release free fatty acid and amino acid into the bloodstream. That's why free fatty acid are up by the liver and are used for ATP, adenosine triphosphate production, and the synthesis of essential protein and glucose. On the other hand, how about kwashiorkor? This adaptive response immune system is disturbed, which causes its reduced release of free fatty acid from adipose tissue, because it was for at least any of our organs still adipose tissue and amine amino acid from muscle tissue, mitochondrial damage in the liver is associated with increased ROS, reactive oxygen species, or we call it free radicals, the accumulation of free radicals. Production and regulated glutathione arrow thickness responses the amount of metabolism in the fatty, triglyceride and triglyceride. Please previous slide. Previous slide. This one. The arrow is bold arrow. Next. Next, please. Next, please. Now, we talk about undernutrition. Later, we talk about overnutrition. Food security is going down. Poverty, appetite, absorption, utilization is increased. Our energy expenditure need more food in order to sustain, to become healthy. But there is no food to eat. Living condition, pathogen and load, enteropathy, and immunity will decline. Will lead to infections. Yeah. Access to health care. Maybe far away from the municipality, far away from health facility, social support, and mortality. All of them will lead to mortality. Many children dying of hunger and poverty. We took a pity of them. Yeah. We want to touch your heart. I will say to our governor. Next slide. Let's the two pictures. The two most severe forms, kwashiorkor and marasmus, are contributing to the global burden of child morbidity and kwashiorkor is characterized by generalized edema, hepatotomy, hypoalbuminemia, skin lesion, hair discoloration, warna rambut seperti nggak ada rambut, nggak ada warna. Irritability. Marasmus in the second form of severe malnutrition is characterized by severe wasting. Sangat.
Sorry, sir. 5 minutes more.
Okay. Next, please. Next, please. Okay. Next, please. Is already okay. Next, please. I want to try to say the strategy. This is our priority. Category B, category A, category C. Which belong to category C? Countries that have an emerging overweight problem. Category A, countries that have either underweight or stunting rate greater than 20%. And category B, countries that have either vitamin A deficiency greater than 10%. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah, obesity, marasmus, kwashiorkor. Next slide. This pandemic era COVID-19. Next slide. Next slide, please. What outcome? Poverty, food insecurity, school handicap, children cannot go to school, safety crisis and limited children care. UNICEF 2020. Next slide, please. Next slide. The economic food health system disruption resulting from COVID-19 pandemic are expected to continue. Accelerated development is an estimate from the International Food Policy. Yeah. Detroit living extremely poverty on less than 1.9 US dollar. Sekitar berapa itu, Pak? Sekitar hampir 20.000 per day. Itu hasil satu hari 20.000 rupiah. If they have a lot of family, according to the World Program, the number of people in low income and middle income countries facing acute food insecurity will nearly double to 265 million by the end of 2020. Once that 2020. Countries. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Key immune system, you can see that. You can see that later. There are so many cytokines. There are so many immune functions are impaired, and the rest is the journal. Next slide. Next slide. Yes. Suggest this link between nutritional status, immune metabolism, lymphocyte function in setting extreme nutritional status. Yeah. Obesity and malnutrition. Change in immune metabolism, increase in inflammatory adipocytokine. This is increased but did not decrease. It's a little bit differences. Cytotoxic cell decrease, but in obese, cytotoxic cell increase. Next slide. We can see that, yeah, this is biomolecular system in immune function, antiviral immunity from the virus, from the T and B cell lymphocyte. Yeah. Our nutrition, yeah, extremely want to reduce to become virus neutralization. And virus replication are blockade by interferon. Interferon for foreign enzyme. Infected cell lysis, virus inside, and then plasma cell, and become responsible for cell T and B lymphocyte. This is inside macrophage or dendritic cell. Next slide. Like obesity can be associated with a lost immune competence, 24-25 with impairment of activity of helper lymphocyte, cytotoxic T lymphocyte, B, and natural cell killer cell 26 and 8, and reduce antibody interferon Y. This means, compared with healthy weight individual, the obese have increased susceptibility to range of bacteria and viral and human infection. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. You can help us. Okay, I will try to say my director. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, thank you. Okay, what's going on? Okay, merotesin status in virulent vector SARS-CoV-2. Yeah. We can see the structure of SARS-CoV-2 spike and flow membrane, website increased susceptibility, especially older age comorbid condition, polymarchotherapy. Most relevant political factor. There are two kinds: normal people and obese. Obese people with high risk to be infected by COVID-19. Another kind is hypertension, mainly sarcopenic obesity condition, possibly associated with increased virulence. Many do not tell about this one, but our brain, lung, liver, gut, and kidney. You can see that later. Next please, I would like to say the strategy. Next please. Yeah, this is obesity. I have already explained to you. Physiological alteration loading COVID-19. ACE, angiotensin converted enzyme 2. Yeah, COVID-19 coronavirus. Severe acute respiratory system syndrome, 2020. This is how work interleukin chronic pro-inflammatory status is increased. Oxidative stress, yeah, endothelial dysfunction is led by stress oxidative and inflammation. Next one. This is our recommendation, sir. This is at the end of my presentation. Yeah. The main gap between operational need and for scaling up and the focus of development partner lie in four areas. Mainstreaming under nutrition and micronutrient program, as well as integrating nutrition into HIV/AIDS program. Secondly, by identifying strategies for addressing the emerging epidemic of obesity and building the evidence base for the link between early undernutrition and later susceptibility to NCDs as well as diet-related non-communicable. Building commitment is very, very important. And then by identifying workable institutional arrangement for and developing institutional capacity in promoting, managing, monitoring, and evaluating for large-scale nutrition action. Between current focus and undefined needs in scaling up nutrition action at global and country level, recognizing the role of malnutrition as an underlying cause of mortality. And for special slow economic growth in countries and to agree on 5 steps.
Sorry, sir, time's up.
Oke, wait a minute. Ini yang penting. Satu lagi dikit. This one. Coordinating effort and strengthening commitment, partnership, broad strategy priority, agreeing priority countries, for testing systematic, making collective effort, and one more I forgot to write is, can I say that? Repositioning nutrition into the center of the health. This is the main point. Next slide. Okay, next slide. This is almost the same. Next slide, please. Yeah. To improve the quality Indonesian people in the future, the most efficient effort is to prevent malnutrition by disseminating the correct eating practices in the first 1,000 days of life. It's evidence-based. Feeding infant toddler must follow rule responsive feeding. Responsive feeding principle need to be associated to help worker and parents. Eating problem in toddler need to be comprehensively evaluated and managed for until age to prevent malnutrition. Last one. Last one, please. Conclusion. Next, please. Nutrient deficiency or excess in the 0 to year age period is generally irreversible and will impact both short and long-term quality of life. This is very, very important. Age 1 year, who are obese, if they experience an initial adiposity rebound before the age of 5.5 years, will still be obese, while not obese toddler with an early rebound of adiposity will be overweight several years after rebound until adult. Early adiposity will affect the program of fat, carbohydrate, and protein metabolism, which has impact on the emergence of degenerative disease in this presentation. Thank you very much for your participation.
Give applause
Thank
to
you very much.
the first presentation.
And forgive me if I said something is not convenient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean, for your good presentation.
Sit there.
Take a seat, please. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, he talked about so many case malnutrition in our environment. So how to solve the problem? Because many factors to make the malnutrition, like the corruption, earthquake, and so on. So how? Next, the time we will discuss about it. The next The second presenter will share about the topic. Mr. Sonimar Mangsong, please come to the stage.
Yes, satu dua. Thank you very much. First for all, I would like to thank to the Director Health of Polytechnic of Palembang and also the committee that allowed me to took a part in this event. And also, I would like to thanks to others, also the invite speakers that I would like to appreciate all of these participants in here. Good afternoon, all participants. Have you get healthy right now? Okay, right. My topic is so that I can move to another. Please, may I go down in
The
here?
title is the beta carotene in carrot and its benefit for health.
Yeah. My title is the beta carotene in carrot in benefit for health. For the first speaker in the plenary sessions, they talk about in the herbal medicine, chem, and also in Ayurveda, and Dr. Tony talk about nutrition, but I'm not a human nutrition. I'm a pharmacist. I just much talk about carrot in chemicals, yeah, and other, but not I'm a nutrition. Okay, next, because carrot is so very important in our life and also in my sense right now, because this is a whole research since 2019 in our study with my colleagues and also in my students, because carrot is so very important in our lives. So Dr. Tony has just already said for us, if we had not a good enough of nutrition, can be make more a disease and others. So this is, I think, is fit for this theme for today. Okay, carrot is food or vegetables that is high of beta carotene as a nutritional source, and it's a beta carotene at least 1.1%. So carrots are an important horticultural crops that contain provitamin A, a carotenoid. So we know carrots is carotene refers to beta carotene refer to carotenoids. Yeah. So refer to provitamin A because the provitamin A it's very functional in our life. Next. Yeah. The demand of carotenoids in the global, it's increasingly by the years. It thinks right now because it's so many or plenty of carrots in the crops. They do not plan it how to prepare it if after using after the crops. But right now, in our study, we have to conduct how to extract it well, the carrot beta carotene without chemical solvents. Yeah, that's the important things we tell for us today, because there is without chemical solvent we have extracted the beta carotene from carrots by adding some salt of calcium by preparing that. So we have to get that beta carotene plus calcium salt, and then to make it appreciate, and that it's appreciate, we extract it again, and we have beta carotene. So that's important beta carotene right now, because we don't know, we don't more to extract it by the chemical solvent, but right now we have moving in to go green and without chemical solvents. Next. Yeah. As we know that beta carotene, carotenoid is so very important for our life. that it has an effect in as an antioxidant. Antioxidant, as we know, is very useful for our life because that can be to induce cell cycle arrest, apoptosis, to inhibit chemical-induced neoplastic transformation by stimulation, cell communication via gap junction. Furthermore, beta-carotene has also been found to modulate immune function that Dr. Tani has spelled out before. Okay, next. Yeah. Beta-carotene are a central component of human nutrition due to the important biological function. So that I have said before. And this molecule are also vastly used as colorant, have a potent antioxidant activity, and employed a precursor of aroma or flavonoid compounds. Due to these reasons, that's clear interest by the food, chemical, pharmaceutical, cosmetics, personal care, and nutraceutical sector in utilizing carotenoid for various application as a functional and or bioactive compounds. Next. Okay. Beta carotene is a group of carotenoids. Just only I say it in here because a carotenoid can be as a family natural occurring organic pigment compound that are produced by the plant, fungi, and so on in here. So the carotenoids all organisms carry photosynthesis, a process to convert into chemical energy in the presence of sunlight. Next. Yeah, if I have mentioned before that conventional extracted of beta carotene is by chemical solvent. So in our whole research, we have conducted it right now without chemical solvent. So we have the beta carotene without chemical solvents. Next, the structure of the beta carotene, if you hear here, carotene can be divided into provitamin A because the provitamin A is very important for our life. It's come from the beta carotene and cleavage into provitamin A by the enzyme of CMO1 or CMO2 to produce formaldehyde retinal in our stomachs, intestinal, and then cleavage by beta carotene, cleavage by the enzyme GOM1 or GMO2 to produce provitamin A that is very important to metabolize, used for metabolism in our cell. By the way, if any person lack of have a CMO1 or CMO2, so she have to get what I said that this is they cannot have an provitamin A by the food or the vegetables. Okay. Next. Yes. I would like to say here the organic solvent also. Yes, usual right now is chloroform, petroleum ether, dichloromethan, etc. It's so very dangerous in our life. So if you going to conduct to research, we also to like how to make it in a green or in a go to green. Let's here the chemical structure of beta carotene like this. It has polyena. It means many much of the double bond. The double bond, any double bond, 2 and triple bond. This is double bond beta carotene. In the ones until the 15, the symmetrical to another's, and in the centers
more short.
Okay.
2 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So this is the chemical structures of beta carotene and then cleavage to provitamin A. It's so important for us. Next. Yeah. We have also conduct the research how to get the beta carotene and then we study it to get it by HPLC and DCMS. Yeah, so this is the structure of vitamin A, and then by the HPLC, we analyzed that beta carotene can be, the molecular weight can be in 544. It's come for the molecular plus minus H2O or another's. Next, here's our study in HPLC, using HPLC. The retention times is 3.75. It's similar to the standard of beta carotene that we use in here. So our result is similarity to the standard beta carotene. Next, yeah, I show you in here. There is a profile of SPLC in another study. Next, yeah, this is our study also. The chromatograph spectrum standard beta carotene by using UV visible in 40-50 nanometers. Next, yeah, next. Okay, this is the profile of the GCMS. Yeah, our result have shown this running well, the GCMS. Next. Okay, dietary source of carotenoid. What we can do? Can it? Carotenoid are abundantly found in pigment, fruit, and vegetables, as we mentioned in the first slide. And also in egg yolk, highly bioavailability source of zeaxanthin and butane. Next. Yeah. What's the function of beta carotene? As we mentioned it for all, is an antioxidant. The antioxidant function are associated with decreased DNA damage, diminish lipid peroxidation, maintain immune function, inhibit malignant transformation of proliferation. There are touched to prevent the development of some disease. Consumed vegetables can play important role by maintaining health and reducing the risk of illness, and also reduce the risk of cancer. Next. Yeah, here is the metabolism of carotenoid. After the beta carotenoid absorbed in our intestine, and the enzyme CMO1 can be cleavaged the beta carotene to pro vitamin A or vitamin A. Next. Yeah. Is it beta carotene toxic or non-toxic? Here is the answer. Carotene, including beta, are known to be effective in preventing radical or oxidative stress, initiated damage. Clinical manifestation of beta carotene deficiency are unknown by the Canteen 2027. Excessive intake of beta carotene is known to cause carotenemia. Yeah, but a harmless, reversible yellowing of the skin. But in general, most authors, also in me, consider excessive intake of beta carotene as non-toxic. Next. Yeah. How the beta carotene interaction in our body? Beta carotene is a fat-soluble natural pigment. Food interaction with such as drug aspirin, sulfonamide has been found to reduce the bioavailability of beta carotene. Next. Okay, the color of carotene is come from this, what we say that the green vegetable contain has amount of hydrocarbon carotene, lycopene also, and capsanthin, and also the pink red coloration like crustaceans is due to astaxanthin. Next slide. Yeah, I come to the conclusion. Carrot, yeah, refer to carotene groups of carotenoid, and its bioactivity has been used widely for many purposes in lifespan of human being. The best known of activity is an antioxidant, can be as a nutrient, or supplement, not only to cure such many of disease, but also to get more healthy. But may use in those manner due to purposing of carotenoids in carrots. Thank you very much. That's my slides. Here the reference. Okay.
To our presenters, thank you so much to Mr. Sonny Marmangunsong. Take a seat, please. Ladies and gentlemen, our presenter talk about the benefit of carrot. It's make our body health. Actually, we can find easy and cheaper. So, how to consume the carrot in order to make health our body? We can discuss to him later. So next the presenter, Dr. Ira Kusumawati will give us the new topic. Please. He will talk about the value of caring in holistic nursing service.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, today we will discuss or explore our understanding about the value of caring in nursing services. My explanation is different with previous presenter. Another presenter or the previous presenter talked about nutrient, but my presentation is about human resources, nurses, caring, value, caring, care, and cure, for. Yeah, as the nurses, as the human resources, as a health provider, I think it is very important for us to know about this, because our patient is not a robot. Our patient has a heart. Our patient has mind. So we have to really explore and understanding about this in these words maybe. Yeah. Okay. I give you the picture. This is about a client and a nurse, yeah, or a client with health provider, whoever it is, a nurse or pharmacist or dietitian, but we as health provider must be with our patient. What is caring? But before we talk about that, we'll see the puzzle of caring in nursing. So many terms in caring, so many facts that we have to be, we have to each to fact an likely or unlikely situation in a health sector. The first one is human being. Our patient or our client is they have human being. They are human, and we as the health provider has a responsibility. But as human resources, as a health provider, we also always facing overwork. You can imagine one nurse should be facing or should be treating 10 patients. Jadi satu pasien menghadapi 10, satu perawat menghadapi 10 pasien. As the example. But seharusnya it should be we have still strict in the nature of care. In nursing, we already know about Jen Watson. Who is Jen Watson? Jen Watson is a nursing theorist who proposed the caring perspective. She said that caring is not alone, can stand alone, but many factors can contribute to form the caring character, to form the caring behavior, because caring is not only solely an art or solely a science, but it is combination between science and art, preserving and caring can strengthening each other. Not only can strengthening the patient, but also the nurse, the health provider. It can strengthening, it can make a sustaining and not merely concentrating in clinical symptoms. So it's not only focus on clinical symptoms. How is the caring philosophy in nursing? The philosophy of caring in nursing, the first one we can see as love. Love between health provider, between human resources to our patient. We can give them a touching. We can give a smile. We can assist our patient how to fulfill their daily activities, to meet their daily activities. Yeah. The second one is kindness and also consideration and others many main things. The caring actually is the combination between a noun and an adjective. But nowadays, to implement the caring, there are so many threats. The first one, the technical innovation, the advanced technology, the robotic, the computerized. So sometimes the bad effect of this advanced technology that the touching between or interaction between health providers and our clients is become minimized. Yeah. The second one is work overload. The overload makes our humanism is become decreased. The third one, patient with higher acuity. For example, the patient in intensive care unit, they need our help. They need our assistance. We have to assist them, but sometimes because their acuity is very high, we cannot fulfill that. What is the caring concept? There are 5 components which is interrelated, interconnection, contribution between essential, the most important trait, and it becomes the central of nursing and also the critical to zero. How is the caring process running? Caring can be divided to become 5 components. The first one is conscience. How as nurses, as a health provider, can be commitment to our profession. The second one is commitment, and the third one competence. Competence when we have to assist our patient, to assist our client. How we have to confidence. We can be become a confident people if we have more knowledge, adequate skills, adequate compassion. How we can be empathic to our patient. How we can always listening to their complaint. how we can always give good response, positive response to patients' complaint. So the last result is, of course, the patient satisfaction. How is caring today in nursing? There are so many contradictions when we have to implement this concept, because the turbulent path of care over time, the nursing always receive uncertainty remains, yeah, and insecurity. Can you imagine in mental health hospital, the nurses always facing the unpredictable situation. Sometimes the patient will push us and maybe bite our head. So in mental health hospital, the uncertainty is very high. The increased use of equipment, as I said before, that advance of technology can betray us when we have to give our heart, when we have to give our touching to our patient, setting the limits of treatment, yeah, and then the increased use of equipment, and the last one, the increase of nurses overload or workloads. Actually, what is the magnitude of caring? How is important? Is it important, more important, or the most important? I don't know. But actually, it is very related and depend on how we can understand about caring, and also depend on how the condition of our patient. Yeah. So the magnitude of caring requires lots of sacrifice and patience. We have to really patient to our client. The second one, nurses' emotional effect on the nurses is a sample text. So this is related to each other. Patient pain will overwhelm. Sometimes if we always giving help beside our patients, the patient pain becoming overwhelmed. Jadi berlebihan karena kita selalu mendampingi, jadi akhirnya dia menjadi ketergantungan dengan kita. Itu adalah efek samping jika kita terlalu caring, efek negatifnya. And distress the caregiver. But in line that I can say that physical, mental, economic, and cultural care services should be give focus of the. As the conclusion, I can say that caring is more than a cure. Caring is more than cure. Curing is depend on the therapy, yeah, but caring depend on the human resources. The second one, caring is more than being patient-centered. More than that, not only patient-centered, but so many things, so many factors should be emphasized when we have or we want to give caring to our patient. The third one, caring is human being, because we have to see our patient in holistic manner, in integral manner, not only part, one by one, but it is the holistic. He has mind, body, and soul. And the last one, caring is head, hand, and heart. Head, hand, and heart. That is caring. Kita tidak hanya lihat fisiknya, tetapi juga hati, sanubarinya, psikologisnya. This is my references. Two references based on my research, previous research, and other references that I have not written down here. Okay, this is the quotes of Jen Watson, the theorist of caring. She said that maybe this one moment with this one person is the very reason we are here on earth at this time. Mungkin ini adalah satu saat, satu waktu bagi kita untuk berhadapan dengan orang yang sedang kita hadapi, untuk kita bantu. Nah, mungkin itu adalah alasan kenapa kita berada di muka bumi. Ya.
Sorry, ma'am, the time is up.
Yeah. Thank you. This is my last slide. And then thank you for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you to Miss Ira Kusumawati to give us the good presentation. The next presenter is Mrs. Maksuk. Please come on the stage. We want to talk about the strategy to control the impact of using pesticide on health through a multi-sector approach. Please.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Thank you for me. I would like to present. This is my present. The title of my presentation is Strategy to Control the Impact of Using Pesticide on Health through a Multi-Sector Approach. Okay, next slide. What is pesticide? The definition of pesticide is a substance or chemical. We know that pesticide present in household and then plantation and then agriculture. There's many kinds of pesticide we know. There are 3,000, 2,400, and 7. I think that's many kinds of pesticide. One of them is bygone. We use in household to control insect. Okay. Next slide. This is the classification of pesticide based on chemical structure. Number 1 is organochlorine. Organochlorine is used to control of malaria. Okay. I think the residue of organochlorine is present in soil or in water. And then organophosphate. Organophosphate, now these chemicals or this pesticide is using most of agriculture. Carbamet is to more using for agriculture too. And then based on target organism, we know the herbicide. Herbicide, one of them is paraquat or glyphosate. And then insecticide, we use to control of insect. And then fungicide. Fungicide is one of pesticide we use to control of fungi. And then rodenticide to control ticus. And then pediculicide and so on. Okay. But World Health Organization classification pesticide. The first, unlikely to present acute hazard. And then classification third, slightly hazardous. Second classification is moderately hazardous, and then first B is highly hazardous. This is very toxic pesticide. If the farmers or the workers exposure to pesticide can cause death. And then the first A, extremely hazardous. This is very toxic. The first. So next, how the pesticide can enter in the body. The first is from inhalation, and then ingestion, and then dermal or skin. Next. Next one. Okay. The effects of pesticide use. Many effects of pesticide use. Another one is positive impacts and then negative impacts. So with pesticide exposure can cause positive and negative effects. What is positive impacts? Positive impacts, pesticide was to control crop from seeding to harvesting, and it also protecting crops. Jadi dampak positifnya pestisida itu bisa membantu petani atau pekerja perkebunan untuk mengendalikan hama penyakit, gulma dan lain-lain. But the negative impacts, there are two negative impacts: pollution to the environment, and then decrease of quality of human life and health disorders or health problems. Next slide.
The time is up, Miss.
Okay. Defects related to environmental pollution. This is our result. And then we check for a concentration in water and then in air. And then another result in the food pesticide we can form. Next. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So the other aspects related to pesticide. Pesticide we can find in the body. And then pesticide can eliminate the body from urine. And then we check to pregnancy woman, we can form DAP, ethyl phosphate. This is a classification organophosphate. And then pesticide can affected developmental disorders of children. And there was the relationship between prenatal residential proximity and the pesticide. Next. How to control pesticide? We control pesticides with two approaches. The first approach is prevention of pollution by pesticide in the environment, and then next, the approach of control to pesticide with occupational surveillance program. So this is the main of our research: how to control pesticide in human, and how to control pesticide to prevent health problem or health disorders. Next, okay, is conclusions. But the workers or farmers or we all can expose to pesticide. Our food and then in air, in water, we can find the pesticide. And then a strategy to control it, we can do two approach. The first environmental approach and human approach. The health must be integrated. Not it means that kontrol pada pestisida tidak bisa kita lakukan one by one, tetapi terintegrasi. So that ini bukan tanggung jawab Kementerian Kesehatan atau Pertanian, tapi semua. All of us responsive to control of pesticide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Give applause to the Dr. Maksud. Thank you for your presentation. So for the next presenter is Dr. Fitri Noviani MKes. Please come in. We want to talk about the models of safety culture and impact on behavior at nursing vocational student in Palembang. Please.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, the Honorable Director, Vice Director, also ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being this room to attend the presentation. My presentation about paper this part of research, major research in riset pembinaan tenaga kesehatan. This is part of research. The major researchnya is titled Model Pengembangan Budaya Safety di Politeknik Kesehatan. This is one part of research. The title Safety Behavior at Nursing Vocational Student in Palembang. Safety. Safety is part or the other name, occupational health and safety. Occupational health and safety is Indonesia in bahasa keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja. Nickname is safety. Safety is very important for student, especially health student in Politeknik Kesehatan, because the student to improve health hazard or safety hazard in health services or public health services or in field trip or in laboratory. Okay, the title Safety Behavior at Nursing in focus to Diploma 3 Department in Palembang. Okay, start slide 1. Please. Next, yeah. Okay. Because a part of research, so I want to explain this this type dengan to systematica article. Explain to model systematica article. Introduction. The first nursing student who are doing the clinical practice and practical that exposed to health hazard in the service institution. The application of safety must be accused to meet to each student environment, which started in campus where nursing study become a habit for students. Okay, based on the result initial survey on implementation of occupational health in practice filed in Palembang Nursing Diploma 3 study of Palembang Ministry of Health Polytechnic found that 7 people from 10 students were not aware of potential danger atau health hazard, potential hazard. So the purpose of the study was determined to factor that safety behavior of nursing professional in study. Next. Next. Yes. Method. This research use design because part of research, major research, because major research use design, research and development. So these people, I explain one design yaitu cross-sectional approach. This paper is cross-sectional approach. Sample student nursing vocational Polytechnic Ministry of Health, nursing vocational Stikes Muhammadiyah, nursing Stikes Aisyah, 175. Analyze data atau data analyze, chi-square test, and multiple logistic regresi. This variable in research in paper age, gender, safety subject and safety lecture, mata kuliah yang diambil, next knowledge, attitude, and the main variable dependent is behavior of safety atau safety behavior. Research sample, the question knowledge, attitude, and behavior include aspect. This main variable consists of 3 sub variable is safety in classroom. Kemudian next safety in laboratory, next safety behavior in campus environment and practice land or field trip. Next. Yeah, the result of research, this distribusi univariate variable di table 1, gender mostly female to 79.4. Next. The age of responder is mostly 20 years, 87.4%. Safety course obtained is first semester and fourth semester are not much different, namely 50.9% and 49.1%. The result of for variable knowledge variable, most of respondents had poor knowledge, namely 83.4%. Next. The respondent attitude about safety on campus were mostly positive, 53.7%. And most of respondents' safety behavior in main variable is not good. In the breakdown classification is safety in classroom, safety in laboratory, safety in field trip in health services, and public is 70.3%. And safety behavior in this study include all the action of student related to occupational safety and health principle while in the class, laboratory, campus environment, and on practice land. Next. And table 2, this paper consists of the result of dependent variable is gender, age, independent variable gender, age, safety lecture, knowledge, attitude, and dependent variable is safety behavior. This bivariate result is all of variable gender, age, knowledge, attitude is significant. P value 0.00. Next. The result, reason of independent variable with student behavior with chi-square analysis, gender, age, knowledge, and attitude variable was a significant relationship with student safety behavior. And odd ratio can be interpreted with student behavior least right raise 9.551.
Sorry, sir, 2 minutes more.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Next. Table 3 is result of multivariate variable. Use statistic regresi logistic. Result of multivariate regresi, variable gender, age, knowledge, attitude is significant, is determinant to safety behavior. In exponent beta is determinant 9.131. This is to answer the research question is determinant is safety behavior in vokasi nursing student in Politeknik Kesehatan is gender. Next. Okay. Result safety behavior determinant factor, the variable that determines student safety behavior. Gender, attitude, age, knowledge. But gender is variable determinant. Next. 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 Okay, conclusion. Result of research, major research and sub paper in conclusion of the research result is student safety behavior in the study. Determinant of the sex, age, or sex or gender, age, knowledge, and attitude of student. Gender variable are the variable that most determinant the behavior of student safety. Okay, thank you. This presentation, I'm sorry for all of the presentation. If wrong, I'm sorry. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih. Thank you for your good presentation, not wrong, but good presentation. So next, the last presenter here, Mrs. Yuli Hartati, please.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sepertinya sudah pada ngantuk semua. Mudah-mudahan yang terakhir ini, kalau yang tadi angan-angan semua, ya, saya akan bicara tentang gizi, tentang makanan. ya, supaya yang tadi kita di atas di awan-awan yang Pak Tony bicaranya metabolisme, Pak Son dengan carrotnya, Ibu Ira dengan keperawatannya, Ibu masuk dengan pestisidanya, Pak Fitri dengan model risikonya. Terakhir kita bicara makanan, mudah-mudahan kali ini tidak ngantuk. Okay, I will present my research with my student. The title, The Effect of Substitution of Catfish Flour, tepung ikan patin, red bean flour, tepung kacang merah, and moringa leaves flour, tepung daun kelor, on snack bar acceptance for children with less energy and protein. Jadi kita bicara tentang anak kurang gizi, makanannya seperti apa. Next. Basic research, basic health research. So, 2018, prevalence of malnutrition has decreased from 21.17% in 2010 to 19.6% to 17.7% malnourished gizi buruk dan malnourished gizi kurang pada anak-anak balita. One indicator of the success of health development, which is also part of national development, is good nutritional status of children under 5 years. Jadi salah satu suksesnya pembangunan nasional adalah status gizi yang baik pada anak-anak balita. The next. The total death survey SDT in 2014 di sini menunjukkan bahwa 55,7% anak-anak Indonesia itu masih kekurangan gizi, terutama pada intake energinya. Providing in additional food that focus both on macro and micronutrient for today is needed in the context of preventing stunting. Jadi, untuk mengatasi masalah stunting, ada dua masalah gizi yang harus ditangani, yaitu gizi makro dan gizi mikro. The next. Additional food that can be given beside biscuit, cookies, is a snack bar. Jadi salah satu makanan yang dapat diberikan kepada anak-anak yang mengalami kekurangan energi dalam bentuk pemberian tambahan makanan adalah biskuit, cookies, dan yang kami buat ini ya, we research is snack bar. Food ingredient that can be used to make snack bar include catfish flour, moringa leaves, and red bean flour. Jadi salah satu bahan pangan lokal yang kami gunakan adalah ikan patin, daun kelor, dan kacang merah. The next, catfish. Why catfish? Table salt, catfish have composition nutritional, energi, protein, fats, carbohydrate, and fatty acid. Patin ini kaya sekali akan zat gizi. The next. The next. marginal leaves, daun kelor. Kalau dulu daun kelor untuk membuang susu, ya. Zaman dulu daun kelor adalah untuk membuang susu. Tapi kita gunakan sekarang untuk meracik makanan. Karena ternyata pada daun kelor ini kaya sekali akan zat gizi. Daun kelor kaya akan antioksidan, ya. Energi, protein, fat, carbohydrate, and etc. The next.
2 minutes more, ma'am.
Okay. The next. Kacang merah, red bean. Okay. The next. The next. Agak ngebut. Jadi kami menggunakan, ya, randomized complete randomized design. Kalau kita mengenalnya dengan rancangan acak lengkap. Kemudian kita membuatnya di laboratorium teknologi pangan jurusan gizi. Kemudian untuk zat gizinya kita lakukan di lab genotik Saraswanti Indo Genetik. The next. We use 3 formula to make snack bar. And F, no, yeah. S control, F1, F2, and F3 formula yang kita gunakan. The next. This is recently research, ya, snack bar. Jadi yang membuat ini adalah mahasiswa dengan bimbingan kita. Jangan tanya rasanya, akan ketagihan. Tidak ada bau dari ikan patin sama sekali. Okay, the next. Organoleptic test menunjukkan bahwa formula kedua dengan formula ikan patin 10 gram, 19 gram kacang merah, dan 3 gram daun kelor memberikan rasa yang paling enak, dan ini yang paling disukai oleh panelis. The next. Kandungan gizi, nutrient content. Per 100 gram. Energi, protein, fat, karbohidrat, iron, vitamin. The salt is the table. The next. Dan jika kita bandingkan dengan PMT, pemberian makanan tambahan yang dari pemerintah, hasil ini tidak mengecewakan karena hampir sama. The table salt, energi, snack bar, 466, and PMT minimum 400. Protein, snack bar 17.2, and PMT 8.2. Fat 22.81, and PMT 18, and then like is the table, ya. Jadi hasil ini menunjukkan bahwa produk yang kami buat tidak kalah dengan PMT yang dari pemerintah. The next. Jadi, kenapa kita tidak menggunakan pangan lokal untuk meningkatkan status gizi balita kita, ya? Kemudian hasil PMT, ya. The resulting snack bar has nearly the same with nutritional content as the standard for PMT. The next. Please, Mr. Septian, the next problem. Okay. My friends, and thank you.
Okay, thank you. To good presentation. I think the presenter finished to give our information. And the last session, please come on stage again, the presenters, all of you, because we will take the discussion. Sure. Take a seat, please. All of the presenters. Mr. Tony, please.
No, no.
Mrs. Yuri, hurry up. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel sorry because there is no session discussed because our time is over. So the next session we will give the presenters goodie bag. Harry? No, one by one. To Mr. Tony as symbolic. Mr. Podojoyo, please to give the good bag to Mr. Tony. Okay, thank you for Dr. Tony as the first presenters. Okay, thank you. Give applause to our presenters today. Okay, thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think the presentation our today is the end. So the time I give to the MC. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Beri aplaus yang meriah untuk penampilan luar biasa dari para invited speaker hari ini.
Baik Bapak Ibu, untuk sesi kali ini kita cukupkan sampai di sini. Dan untuk selanjutnya kita akan langsung masuk ke ruang-ruangan yang telah kita bagi. Dapat kami informasikan untuk oral presentasi di room 1 dan room 2 terletak di lantai 5. Kemudian untuk poster di room 3 di lantai 3 ini. Jadi kami persilakan untuk peserta konferensi semua, silakan untuk menuju ruangan 1 dan 2 untuk oral presentasi di lantai 5, kemudian untuk poster silakan ke ruang 3 yang terletak di lantai 3 ini. Baik, kami cukupkan sampai di sini perjumpaan kita pada kesempatan kali ini.
Dan kami informasikan kepada panitia untuk dapat berkumpul di ballroom setelah acara ini.
Kami persilakan sekali lagi Bapak Ibu peserta untuk dapat langsung menuju ruangannya masing-masing sesuai informasi yang telah kami sampaikan tadi. Terima kasih. Dan informasi juga, esok harinya kita masih berada di Zuri Hotel. Paginya kita pukul 8 langsung menuju ke ruangan masing-masing.
Kami informasikan kembali untuk room 1 itu tetap di lantai 5 dan ruangannya adalah Zuri 3 untuk room 1 dan room 2 itu Zuri 9.
Ya, kami persilakan untuk dapat langsung menuju ke lantai 5 untuk oral presentasi di room 1 di Zuri 3, kemudian room 2 di Zuri 5. Terima kasih.
Kepada panitia, kami mohon untuk dapat berkumpul di depan sebentar. Ada sedikit pengarahan dari Ketua Panitia.
Dan kami mohon juga kepada para dewan juri untuk dapat langsung menuju ruangan yang telah ditentukan. Baik Bapak Ibu hadirin, peserta dan semua yang mengikuti acara konferensi dari tadi pagi sampai sore hari ini, kita cukupkan kegiatan dari pembukaan sampai dengan keynote speaker, sampai invited speaker, sampai sore hari ini. Dan kami dari segenap panitia mohon maaf apabila ada salah kata dan perbuatan.
Akhir kata kami ucapkan, wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Sampai jumpa tahun depan.